Now, other members, as public forum has finished, councillors, we now move into the ordinary meeting of council. General Manager, could you read the advice concerning the recording of the meeting, please?
Mr Mayor, this council meeting is being recorded in accordance with council's webcasting of council meetings policy. The recording will be archived and made available for viewing at any time on council's YouTube channel for a minimum period of 12 months. All care is taken to maintain your privacy. However, if you are in attendance in the public gallery, you should be aware that your presence may be recorded. Your continued attendance means that you agree to being recorded and also that you'll abide by the council's adopted code of meeting practice. The chairperson or general manager have the discretion to interrupt the recording of any meeting at any time should it be deemed necessary. This may occur in circumstances where commentary is considered to be misleading, defamatory or inappropriate to be published, or where behaviour breaches council's adopted code of meeting practice. Councillors and senior staff are reminded that this meeting is being live streamed, and for the benefit of those viewing online, please ensure you use the microphone and when speaking, and turn it off when you are finished.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Could I ask all who are able to please stand for the prayer and acknowledgement of the country. Almighty God, give wisdom to those in authority and guide all peoples in the way of righteousness and peace, so that we may share with the justice the resources of the earth, work together in trust and seek the common good. Amen. I'd like to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Wiradjuri people and recognise the strength, resilience and capacity of Aboriginal people in this land. You may all be seated. We move to item apologies and attendance for Audio Visio Link. We move to item 5.1, apologies and attendance for Audio Link. General Manager, are there any apologies or approvals, requirement, attendance by Audio Visual Link?
Mr Mayor, there are no apologies and no requirements for audio-visual link connection.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. We move to item 6.1, confirmation of minutes, extraordinary council meeting 10th of October 2024. Councillors can have a move and a second. Councillor Underwood, Councillor Gulliver. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 6.2, confirmation of minutes, ordinary council meeting 16th of October. Councillors could have a move and a seconder. Councillor Wright, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Item 6.3, confirmation of minutes, ordinary council meeting 6th of November 2024. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Orban, Councillor Gulliver. Councillor, any discussion? Councillors, I now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Declaration of interest. Item 7.1, declaration of interest. General Manager, do we have any declarations of interest?
Mr Mayor, I've received no declarations of interest.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Council will now move to the General Manager's and Director's report. Item 8.1.1, Integrated Planning and Reporting 2024 Annual Report and State of the Region Report. Councillors can have a mover and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Item 8.1.2, Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Board Meeting, 21st to 22nd of August 2024, Canberra. Councillors could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor Wright. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So just noting in this report, lots of interesting things here, but one that I've been following with great interest. A statement was drafted from the Mayors regarding the partial declaration of headwaters of Bellubula under Section 10 of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Act. It says that the land in question, it talks about that, could I have some more information on the letter that was drafted, your involvement in that, discussion around that from those in attendance?
Mr General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if that meeting was attended, if memory serves me, by Councillor Jennings, who's not here, I wasn't able to attend at that time. What I could do is I could try to organise a copy of that letter for you, if that's what would cover. Great.
Thank you, Mr Gentleman. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll now put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Now the Director of Environmental Planning and Building Services report, item 8.2.1, section 4.15 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979. Councillors can have a move and a second. Councillor Fry, Councillor Gulliver. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors, no discussion. I'll now put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Move to item 8.2.2, general report. Councillors can have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Cranston, Councillor Fry. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor, now put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Move to item 8.2.3, modification to DA number 2024-83, specialised retail premises, retaining walls and advertising signage, and proposed lots 4 and 29 in subdivision of lot 20 DP 1276626 Muldoon Avenue, Kelso. Applicant Munson Proprietary Limited, owner Gateway Land. Councillors can have a move and a second. Councillor Orban, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Cranston.
Thank you firstly to the Director of Environmental Planning for meeting us on site the other day. I think it was only yesterday actually. I just want to double check there's two main issues with that. One being height and the other one being the fact that we're actually putting forward building works on essentially what is unregistered land and what is, I guess, the risk assessment that's been attached to that development, and what we're actually doing to identify and mitigate any risks, things like that. And also, I do have a level of curiosity around, so if we're looking at bringing in development into Bathurst, for example, and drawing that attraction from, say, the likes of Orange and Dubbo, what are building height limits and things like that in those areas?
Mr Director.
Through Mr Mayor, the first part of those questions relates to the significant elements of the application to modify what's an existing approval. Before I get to the significant elements, there are some minor elements which relate to the internal design of the warehouse and other features, which has resulted in an increase in floor space, as well as some other minor changes. So the significant changes are part of the newly designed warehouse roof exceeds the 12-metre height limit that is applicable to that zone in that location. The original approval, Council has approved an exceedance of the height limit already for parts of the build, but principally some parapets that represent some of the architectural features. So the exceedance is 0.8 of a metre across quite a few square metres of roof. And in the scale of the building and in its location, it's recommended, Mr Mayor, that that's not an unreasonable request for Council to consider that. The other significant issue relates to the timing of their build. So there has been a delay in the construction of the subdivision. That delay relates to works that are still needed outside the part of the subdivision where the Harvey Norman building is proposed to go. And yes, they have requested that they commence works on their part of the land prior to the subdivision being completed. Normally that would be not easily considered, or at least not normal. But in this particular circumstance, there's no impediment to the commencement of that construction. And indeed, Harvey Norman and the landowner carry the risk of any further delay to the subdivision. So Council is protected by the insertion of a new condition that relates to not able to operate the business until the subdivision is complete. There's a further protection, and that is that Council would normally require the lot to be fully serviced. And so there is an amended condition that relates to the connection of services appropriate for the construction phase of the build. So to answer your question, that part of the question, it's not normal, but the risk is borne by the landowner and Harvey Norman. The second part of your question, through you, Mr. Mayor, was building heights. So the site where Harvey Norman is to be built is an employment lands zone E3, bulky goods. You asked specifically about Dubbo and Orange. In both of those locations, there is no height limit on their E3 zoned land.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Yes, Councillor Cranston.
Just, can I confirm, did we specifically do a risk assessment? Like, is that something that is normal? So is there a risk assessment where we've actually eliminated, minimised and ruled everything out? Or is it just that we're putting these clauses in? Do we need to do anything more as far as an indemnity clause or some level of insurance just to finally, I guess, tick that final box, given there's no precedent for this?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the risk has been assessed as part of the assessment of the application to modify. There's been no separate documentation that would represent, if you like, a document that specifically is a risk assessment. And indeed, the recommendation is that risk is managed by virtue of the additional conditions that we're proposing, despite it being not a normal practice.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Gallagher.
I wanted to thank the Director of Engineering and also Town Planning, Neil, took us out on site, which I found very beneficial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Any further discussion? Councillor Orban.
Mr. Mayor, just quickly to say that I think this is a fantastic development that shows a major player in retail sales in Australia has huge confidence in building this supercentre right here in our beautiful city. So I think that's a tick to us.
Thank you, Councillor Orban. Any further discussion? There's no further discussion. I'll now put the motion and call for a division. Those for, against, carried. Council now move to item 8.2.4, amendment to Bathurst Regional Development Control Plan 2014, North Street, Purfall. Councillors can have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Pryor, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors now put the motion and call for a division. Those for, against, carried. We'll move to item 8.2.5, Economic Development 2024, third quarter report. Councillors could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Pryor, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to give a round of applause to the economic development team on this one, just particularly to the events. I just so happened to go to many of them and they were full. So what a wonderful city that we live in. What a great opportunity for us all to network and get to know each other. And yeah, just want to say thanks. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Underwood. Councillor Bright.
Likewise, I want to say, it's really exciting to see under GST registered businesses that we have a net increase of 49 businesses. I think that's really exciting for this town. I have to say a personal congratulations to Ash Lyons. The renovation of the Ox, I think, is a game changer for this town. I think as young family people, even if we don't have kids, we're often searching for that place in Bathurst that feels like that little taste of Sydney that you just want in your own backyard. And I think it sends a message to private development that Bathurst is moving forward in a really fresh, exciting, family-centric way. So I just can't speak more highly of that effort and that investment from Ash in our town. So thank you. Another one I wanted to raise was just this Bathurst Grants Hub Grant Guru. I've actually never heard of this before, so I don't know the features of it, but certainly something that we platformed off and that I want to discuss more as time goes on. You know, recognising that our grants revenue pretty much matches our rates charges revenue. It's a huge part of our business. Is there a functionality within this that we could add a feature that talks about the current grants that we receive, and they might be regular, ongoing ones, spontaneous ones that we've applied for and been successful with, you know, and what we're applying for them for, you know, what project. Is this a platform that we actually own and can alter in any way to be even more transparent with our community?
Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the platform's not owned by council. We subscribe to have licence to use it. But we might take on notice what it is you're looking for, and perhaps see whether or not there's some reporting capability which we can customise. That's not a promise, but well, it's a promise to look at it.
Yes, Mr General Manager.
Just one comment I'd add. One of the main reasons we bought Grant Guru is actually to help community groups. And that's its focus. And in fact, the Economic Development Department regularly hold training sessions on it. So what it generated out of was that council got on a number of occasions feedback from the progress associations and those groups, what sort of grants were available, what could they go for. Grant Guru, we were able to buy that platform and then allow those groups to access it for free. And Grant Guru not only looks at what grants are available if you put in the parameters that you're looking for, but what it also does is it assists when you are actually writing the grant application. So the primary focus of it was, yes, for us to use internally, but mainly to help community groups who were trying to get those grants, particularly, as I said, sporting associations, progress associations.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I'll now put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Move to item 8.2.6, proposal from NRMA for EV fast charging domain car park. Councillors, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor West, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Orban.
Yeah, I got to laugh at this one a little bit. I see all these charge stations down near the visitor information centre that are very much unused. We're looking at taking away 6 car parking spaces to put in coal-fired power stations. I just don't get it. I mean, the whole electric vehicle scene doesn't really turn me on much. And the figures that are down here in this report, I don't know where they came from. Are they supplied by the NRMA or are they through us? Because they're totally wrong.
Neil. Mr Director.
Mr Mayor, I'll have to take advice on the exact source of the figures, so I will get back to councillors with that, and perhaps have a discussion with Councillor Orban as to where he believes they're wrong.
I've got figures here from the Federal Chamber of Automotive Industries. The report was done on the 4th of July this year. The report here said that CO 2022 had an increase of 9.6% of new sales. In Q2 CY24, a 522% increase. That's in 2 years, but the data published shows 8.3% of new car sales were EV, down from 8.8 the same time last year. So who's having a lend of who? It just seems ridiculous to me that we're even thinking about taking away 6 car parks to put in electric vehicle parking stations. And when they're put in, you can't put a car in those spaces unless it's being charged like an electric car being charged. So we're taking away 6 spaces. And like I said, the ones down here are hardly used. They're used occasionally as I drive past, but they're never full. So I really think, I know we're getting a licence, I know we're going to get paid for this, but it just seems that the figures put out are just trying to blindside everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Orber. Any further discussion? Councillor Underwood.
Have another clarification, or just perhaps refresh my memory on just how much revenue we are collecting from this licence agreement per year.
Yes, Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm unfortunately not able to divulge that information in open council. It's subject to a commercial and confidence agreement.
Thank you, Mr Director.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? No further discussion, I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Is it carried? Yep, carried. Move on to item 8.2.7. Bathurst Regional Council State of the Environment Report 2023-2024. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor West. Seconder. Councillor Underwood. Councillor, Councillor, any discussion? There's no discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carry. Councillor will now move to Director of Corporate Service and Finance report. Move to item 8.3.1, Statement of Investments. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor Orban. Councillor, any discussion? Councillors, I now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.2, Monthly Review 2024 to 2028 Delivery Plan and Operational Plan 2024-2025. Councillors could have a move and a seconder. Councillor Cranston, Councillor Wright. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Cranston.
Again, just touching on that, I spoke about this last month, specifically around getting some more quantifiable measures. And since then, I've actually had a look at how some of the other councils do it, and I can actually see that it goes a bit of both ways. Some of the councils are actually being quite specific in how they're measuring success, performance, things like that. So I'd be certainly keen to explore that a little bit more as we move through the CSP process. The other thing I'd also be interested in discussing is, it's a lot of information and it's popping up in every monthly report. That's correct, is it? It comes up every month? Yep. So is there opportunity for an executive summary, say, on the amber and the red issues? Because I'm assuming there's also some high-level conversations, well, there's probably some grassroots conversations that are happening that are moving their way up to those that sit before us, and if they could be presented in an executive summary rather than reading through 168 performance measures, that might be helpful in making sure our focus is where it needs to be. So just a suggestion for something moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I just want to second what Councillor Cranston has said, and when we're considering that executive summary, making sure that, given the financial situation with council, that we're sort of constantly thinking of, you know, if we've got a real focus in there, because I went through that document at length and a lot of questions on notice, and thanks, Mr. Cove, for saying it was nice actually to know that someone was going through that document and sort of having a look at it. So, but yeah, when you've got all of these pages, it certainly becomes a lot of work. So, but yeah, just a financial component to that executive summary too, so we know those dollars ticking away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any further discussion? With no further discussion, I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.3, Sundry Section 356 donations. Bathurst Memorial Entertainment Centre, community use subsidies and Mount Panorama fee subsidies. Councillors can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Fry, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor West.
Yes, thank you. I see at the beginning of this, it includes a report on annual rental subsidies granted by council. And the list of annual rental subsidies is in the attachment. I'm curious to know on what basis we have decided these subsidies. Some of them are clearly deserving of support. I would suggest that Meals on Wheels, for example, is a worthy beneficiary. Also, some of the market rental estimates seem strange. I'm wondering if anyone else would be prepared to pay for a communications tower. But, you know, you can probably inform me on that one, but it seemed a bit odd. I was just wondering if we could bring this to a workshop to see if we can make any savings on these rental subsidies, whether there's some avenue for, maybe negotiation with the people involved. I have worked out that the Bathurst District Historical Society property at 16 Stanley Street, if you can confirm, is the old government house. So I don't think we'll be putting that up for rental anytime soon. But certainly the one at Mitre Street, which is a warehouse, there might be some way of moving what they've got in that storage facility to somewhere else, and perhaps, you know, getting some funds through that.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess in short, yes, we can bring it to a working party for discussion, and we can go through the process of how those market rates are determined at that time, and why council has made the decision to apply a community rent, for want of a better word. The challenge that we will have, but there will be solutions to work through, is that these are already subject of existing licence agreements. And so the opportunity to reset those will come up when those licence agreements come up for renewal. The discount that is being applied, and I'm not sure if this council's had any as yet, but generally as a rule of thumb, any community group licences that we have are at basically what the Crown sets as the minimum rent, which is currently $700 per year. And so where council has agreed to award a community group the access or a licence to an existing council facility, our general rule of thumb is that a 700 amount is applied. Prior to most recently, peppercorn rents used to exist for $1. Peppercorn dollar amounts no longer are compliant with Crown rules and regulations, so we do that as they expire, they are brought up to a higher amount. But happy to bring it to a working party to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you. Councillor Cranston.
Sorry, so just to confirm the process to bring that to a working party, because that was actually the issue that I raised last meeting about, is there policy procedure around what that actually looks like? So can we just confirm the procedure to whenever there's queries like that moving forward? So it's actually about me asking to take it to a working party. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Sorry.
Yes, it's a matter of if the councillors ask for a working party, we collect the information and present it. Obviously, we're restricted to find a time amongst all the others that are there. But that's how we normally operate.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.4, power of attorney. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Pryor, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors, I now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Item 8.3.5, carryover works. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Wright, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
This one's a big one for me. So I just want to make sure I have this right. So the re-votes for the first page of this, we've got a lot of say in this, right? Because this is not committed stuff. So haven't been carried out, provided, started or contracted to be carried out or contracted to be provided. So for example, as a group of people looking to save money, we could go through this document and cut some fat if we wanted to. Yeah, okay. And then the second, 3 pages, so carryover works, this is more committed, so the tenders or subcontractors might have would have a right to claim, so there could still be some wiggle room in here, but much likely less. Okay. So we were given these council papers Wednesday last week at a working party. We've got a council in extreme financial stress. They then get published on Friday, 48 hours later, to the public. When was my chance as a councillor to say, you know, of course, with the collaboration of the other people at the table, you know, here's my red pen, let's get rid of that, let's get rid of that, let's get rid of that, and actually start taking some action in this space, because 48 hours to me doesn't seem like a lot of time.
Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, essentially, tonight is probably the first port of call where you could actually have that robust discussion. That being said, I'm not aware of councils actually putting red lines through things previously. I have been involved in other councils where they do.
Figuratively speaking.
Yeah, no, totally understand.
That's
Totally
okay.
understand that sort of space there. But tonight is something that can be raised. If there are particular items of concern there that we can put an asterisk against and actually hold off carrying those projects for, revoting, I'll use that terminology as well. Yeah, we could revote and press pause and not actually get progress with those works if there is a concern.
Right, I'm sorry. Yeah, so there's the timeliness. So yeah, I would actually kind of like this deferred, like this vote, because to me, I go through this and there actually is a lot that we as a group of councillors can have a conversation about. I mean, you know, straight off the bat, I can see, you know, a study and things that I just don't know what they are, and I want, and you also don't want to take an hour here nutting it out in front of the public and so forth. So, you know, we've then got over in the, so this is the committed works component of this. You know, so for example, and this has been something I've been across for a while, we've got a public art project here, and we've got, so we've got a column here, external reserve grants, $113,000. So have we committed to that project? Because I was of the understanding that we hadn't.
Yeah, Mr Director, no, Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So as I think we've corresponded on, Councillor, that project has changed form several times, so that those grant funds have actually been rolled over from year to year, and they are all exclusively grant funds.
Okay, so that, for example, that doesn't include any donations.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so have we secured tenders for that project? Like, is it committed as such?
Secondary.
Again, through you, Mr Mayor, no, at this stage we haven't actually committed any tenders for that project.
Oh, so why is it in that page then? Shouldn't it be in the page before?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, sorry, apologies. So as I understand, this page of documents is things that have been committed, carryover works as at that date, they're funded, they're committed, because in this same document, you know, we see almost $500,000 worth of grant funding that has gone to, you know, this Deloitte project and martial law and all of these things, you know, in this community and culture space. I repeat that, $500,000 in grant funding combined. And then we have a memorial art project that, as I understand, has not been tendered, has not been committed, and I don't understand why it's in this page if it's not committed.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I might get the Director of Corporate to comment on why it's in that particular page, but just to clarify that particular project, so it has been carried over for a couple of years. That only refers to the grant funding. Although we haven't actually committed a tender as yet, we have an approved project and an approved design. But I'll refer to the Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, without talking about that specific memorial projects, I'm not familiar with the background of the project, but those projects that are listed in the grants column or have grant funding in them, they're on the carry forward because the grant has been secured already for that particular work. So it may mean we have the grant money in the bank, possibly unlikely, but we have an approval for the grant money to be spent on a specific purpose, and that specific purpose is what is listed there.
Okay, so that leads me to my second part around grant transparency. So we've just got this one big column here of all grants. Now, we understand that we get federal assistance grants, which are ongoing, regular grants that we get, and there's a component of that that goes towards roads and all different things. But there's an allocation that's sort of general, and we can choose what to put that towards, right? That's a very different grant to a grant that we've specifically chosen. I've actually had a good conversation with Councillor Fry around this, around councillors getting a bit more say as to the allocation of grant funding. So what I want to understand is, what type of grant is that? Is it part of an ongoing thing? Is it something we specifically sought that had to be for public art? Can I have some more information about that grant?
Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, the history of that particular project is that that grant originally was to fund a sculpture project along the Macquarie Womble. The project scope has changed. There's a number of reasons for that. Currently, the accepted variance on that grant is to still fund a single piece of public art known as the Memorial Garden, which is still consistent with the change in scope is still consistent with the original intent of the grant application, which was a piece of public art which is aligned to the Deloitte program commemorating the bicentenary of the Declaration of Martial Law and the Wiradjuri significance for the region.
Thank you.
We can take that total balance then closer to $650,000 worth of grant funding towards that project. I guess, you know, what this raises for me is we've got a council that, you know, cash poor, SRV, all of the thing, and we've got a document where we as a group of people can actually come together, learn more, cut some things, have some kind of involvement in the decisions around this process. We've been given 48 hours to do it, and I would ask, and please speak to this if you sort of agree or feel, I mean, there's councillors who've been here before who are used to this process, but us as new councillors, there's 5 of us, you know, are not. So I would like this deferred and to have a say in it, and I'd like to see what other councillors feel about that.
Yeah, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I take Councillor Wright's point. I think, and I've said for a while, more oversight over grant applications would be good for councillors. And I don't know what that process looks like, so I'd happy to refer that to said briefing session. But I think what one of the directors was trying to explain is that some of these projects being grants that we've received or yet to receive but confirmed, pulling them just basically says don't spend that money or the grant. Yeah, there's small resources that goes into actually completing the project, I could imagine, but I don't know if there's no harm in keeping it on the books because it's grant funding, then I don't see a problem with it being in a carryover spreadsheet. Where you're alluding to is opportunities where we can cut, where it's our cash being moved, spent on it. And I don't know how many of these items would be in that column, and I suspect not many of them would be our actual own cold hard ratepayers' money going towards it. I reckon a lot of them probably are grants, but I'd second that deferral, taking it to a briefing to go through it properly. I just wonder of the procedural issues with that, about the revote, and whether we might have to have an extraordinary meeting to put it back through if it's doctored at that briefing. But I second the thought.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Director.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, and we'll go with whatever council resolves. My request would be that don't have a problem with the the deferral or the revote element, because those works haven't been committed or commenced in that space, and happy to hold the discussion in that space. What I would ask though is that the carryovers be approved, only because in some cases those works are still continuing because of the overlap at the end of the year. But we don't stop on 30 June and down tools. We have to continue, and so we have contractors that need to be paid and so forth in the new year, in the current financial year. So what I guess I ask is that the carryovers be approved. Happy though to bring both listings to a council working party, and if there are projects there that are of significant concern that you wish not to proceed, that haven't commenced as yet, although they'd be in the rebate list, that's probably a bad example. But those where we've got grant funds where we haven't commenced work, we're happy to press pause on that until such time as that working party is held.
Councillor Fry.
Just a question to the General Manager, whether he could articulate what the amendment to that recommendation might be, and I guess drawing an allusion to another system of government in America, the government shutdowns when the Congress doesn't approve the budget. This is not dissimilar, albeit we have much less at stake. But
Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it was in agreement, remembering that the original motion was moved by councillors Wright and Cranston as written, but I understand there's a desire to defer that. But perhaps it could be that the items as identified on the lists of rebate works as at the 30th of June 2024 be referred to a working party of council and the carryover works be approved and added to the operational plan for 24-25.
Councillor Wright?
Let's look at Civic Centre AV upgrade council chambers. Now, this is an example of something that is our cold hard cash, $140,000. Has that work been completed or contracted to be completed whereby we cannot get out of that?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that the microphones that you're talking to are the brand new microphones, the TV screens that you see are actually the breach. So that money has actually been expended. So we need that money carried forward. Because, sorry, just to add, because that work was actually commissioned towards May, June last year. So the work was committed in using last year's money and now it's been spent over the 2 financial years.
Okay, great. So using that as an example of the type of things that are in this document, the Memorial Garden Public Art Project, $113,050 in grant funding, has that been tendered, committed, sod turned? It's a public art thing down at the river. What is the status on that? Have we got the capacity? We need an opportunity to make decisions on these things, because I don't know if that $100,000 is grant funding that the criteria of it could be spent on fixing the roof of the art gallery. You know, where do we get our say? I don't even know why that's there. So if you could shed some light on that, please.
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So no, that those funds could not be reallocated to any other purpose. The original grant was $120,000, so there has been some initial expenditure in previous years. That was for original concept work. There was a report on this particular grant to the previous council. I cannot remember the exact date of that, which has informed its continuance as a project before council.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Director.
Okay, so we can't reallocate it. Can you explain, so was the grant specifically for public art, or was it a broad grant that we just chose to put towards public art?
Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, this particular grant was very specifically for public art and very specifically for a piece of public art that was First Nations themed.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. My final question on that then is, as per the public art policy that was adopted at the time this project was first being discussed, all public art projects over $50,000 had to be, as I understand the wording, and please explain if I'm wrong, had to be approved by council. And the way that it was worded, I read that it needed the endorsement of council laws. So can you explain to me that process of how that happened, when councillors decided yay or nay on it, or got a vote, or so forth?
Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, once again, there was a report that was presented to the last body of council, and that report was accepted and noted. I cannot remember the exact date of that, but that would have constituted essentially the approval for that process.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Cranston.
Can I just second, I guess, the unfortunate timing around how this actually comes to us, and I understand that some of that is around the election timetable and things like that, because we're being asked to carry over works without a lack of understanding, I guess, as to what we can pull out of. And so even though they're on carryover works, there still seems to be a bit of a grey area because they've been carried forward across multiple years. Is that correct? That they may have been carried forward multiple times?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that would be correct. There are some projects that have been legacy items for a number of years.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
And sorry, so just to also... Sorry, I forgot my question. Oh, sorry, it was regarding that green grants column. So can you confirm that nothing in that that grants column is come from the is it federal assistance grant or financial assistance grant? Financial assistance grant or any other grant. So this, I'm talking about the whole column across the 3 pages, that nothing in that grants column has come from the FAG or anything else that we could possibly shift to another project if we so decided, given when these projects were decided upon, we were in a very different state of play as, with regards to council's finances.
Mr Director.
Through Mr Mayor, I'd need to go through each item to confirm whether or not it was funded from financial assistance. But what I can advise is that in most cases, if not in all cases, where we would be seeking to carry forward financial assistance grants is where that project has already substantially commenced. In most cases, because the financial assistance grant is untied, using those accounting terms, it can actually be spent on whatever we choose to spend on. Even though we get an allocation called general purpose, and we have an allocation called local roads, councils are not bound to spend that local roads money on local roads. It's a historic thing that councils generally do because it's a warm and fuzzy thing that through that program that council gets that allocation to be able to spend it on road infrastructure. That was how it was created back in the day. And so it would only be local road funding that would be carried forward if it was in this list at all. The general purpose funds is actually never tied to a specific project or task. It actually just gets put into the pool of consolidated revenue for the council and is spent in general council business in that sort of space. But in my quick scan of the list that's before us there, I can't see anything that's identified as financial assistance grant funded. It generally would have the letters FAG in brackets after the description, but I'm happy to go through and double check that.
Thank you, Mr Director. So, Councillor Wright.
So in that instance, is there the option to put all of this on deferment until we can get 100% clarity on that, and then as a group of councillors make a decision about are we 100% comfortable with this document? Because right now, Nat, we've spoken about this today, I'm certainly not. And I think it's sort of undue sort of pressure, and I want a chance to nut it out with my fellow councillors to make sure that we're making the right call on this money, and it's a lot of money.
Yep, Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we'll go with whatever council decides.
Yeah, Councillor Underwood.
Thank you. Just in response to Councillor Wright, I wonder if we do that, what the level of risk is if we defer carryover works and therefore people aren't getting paid. What's the level of risk to council if we do that?
Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if works are completed, we will pay. We don't not pay people in that sort of space. The risk is if council decides not to carry forward a project, then funding for works that have been completed will need to be drawn from somewhere or another alternate source.
Councillor Cranston.
So sorry, because just to confirm, nothing is going to change that hasn't already happened over the last 4.5 months. Like these projects needed to be rolled over as on 1 July. So we've obviously been functioning up until now, and I would imagine we will continue to function that same way until such time as this is voted on or not. Is that correct?
Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is correct. But what we will do, if council resolves to defer both listings this evening, any works that have not yet been commenced or that we can pause, we will pause, because obviously council has a cash flow challenge at the moment. And so if we're not able to use these grant funds for those particular works, then we'll need to look at pausing those particular projects. That being said, if the project is substantially completed or only has a short term to finish, we will continue on. So business as usual will continue, but where appropriate and we can stop, we will need to.
What would be the time frame, Mr Director, if we did defer it? Would you predict?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm assuming a time frame to bring it back to a working party. I'll need to liaise with the General Manager in that timing, and my preference would be ASAP.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Director. So we have a motion to deferral? Councillor Cranston.
Just checking the procedure, we had an amendment there for, just previously, for continuing with carryover works and then deferring on the vote for the revotes. I just want to check where we're sit with that. Is that what we're voting on?
Mr Mayor, what we actually have moved initially was what was written as the recommendation. that the items as identified on the list of revote works as at the 30th of June be approved and the carryover works be noted and added to the operational plan for 24-25. We never actually moved an amendment or a motion different to that. What was being discussed was by Councillor Wright that Council defer consideration of the carryover works report. I think that's probably the easiest way to word it. And then secondly, there was discussion on perhaps that the items as identified on the lists of revote works as at 30 June 2024 be referred to a working party of council and the carryover works be approved and added to the operational plan for 24-25. So really what's on the table at the moment is what's typed in, but that can be varied, and if the council is of a mind as a group to defer it, and Councillors Wright and Cranston were happy to vary to make the original motion that the council defer consideration of the carryover works report, then I think that's the easiest way to go.
Thank you. So are we clear?
So, clear in that really we need a decision on is it what's typed, is it the deferral of the whole report, or is it the other one which refers the revotes to a working party but the carryover is approved?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. So what I would be asking for is that we defer the entire carryover works project and get given the opportunity to assess both the revotes and the carryover to see where we can, shave, readjust, learn, and then come back and vote on it very soon, hopefully.
So we need.
Councillor Cranston, you're happy with that alteration? Mr Mayor, I think to solve it and have things run a bit quicker, we use as a motion for consideration by the councillors that it is that council defer consideration of the carryover works report. Have that as on the table, and then if any of the other councillors wish to vary it, then that would require an amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor West.
I'm just wondering, I'm not sure about the procedure for this, but I'm just wondering if it would be quicker to just vote for this as it stands and see if we have a majority to pass this through. And if we don't, then go to the different amendments. Is that procedurally correct? It seems to me the quickest.
Mr General Manager.
Look, I think, Councillor, you would need to go with the variation, which is the deferral, because both the Mayor, the mover and the seconder to what was originally had withdrawn from that. They don't want it on the table. So, okay, so that's what I would think would be the better. It's a moot point, don't get me wrong, but I think given that the mover and the seconder have said no, we should go to the position that Councillors Wright and Cranston have moved that deferral.
Councillor Fry.
I recommend, or could I ask the General Manager if he may include that for our next briefing and extend the time of that briefing, and assess the 48 hours. If Councillor Wright only had 48 hours to review this pack, it's not good enough. So I get them for 7 days, so 48 hours not long enough.
Mr General Manager.
Well, I think particularly for the community, the councillors have had the report since Wednesday of last week. There may be variations for individuals, and I understand that, but our position is what gets provided to the councillors. The way to deal with that issue is exactly how Councillor Wright wishes to deal with it now, which is to request a deferral. That, though, is a matter for the council as a whole to determine.
Sorry, just to clarify what I meant by 48 hours. So we received these on Wednesday, as the GM just explained, but the documents went public on Friday afternoon. So there was no opportunity for us to actually, amend anything and then come forward with the amendment and vote. So as an example, let's say I decided to get rid of line item J, or as a group, we didn't get the opportunity to actually alter this amount or cut any money or say, no, we don't want that thing there, get rid of it, because councillors, we didn't get the opportunity to actually change this document before it hit the public domain do you know what I mean? We haven't had the chance to go through this document. So I mean, from when we yeah.
I'll get the General Manager to read out what we're going to be actually voting on.
Mr Mayor, the position at the moment is a motion that council defer consideration of the carryover works report. And yes, I'll try and get it as quickly as I can to a working.
Thank you. Is everyone clear? Council now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. We move to item 8.3.6, land sales update. Councillors, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Fry, Councillor Cranston, any discussion? Councillor Orban.
Mayor, I won't go into the residential land sales, but the industrial land, I am absolutely 1000% happy with the roundabout that is being mooted for the corner of Hampton Park Road and Littlebourne Street. I have sent several photos over the last couple of years of crashes that I've seen out there, which it is a very, very, very busy intersection with a lot of heavy vehicles using that road and the industrial park. That is fantastic. The answer that we kept getting to putting a roundabout there was significant cost in buying back land, and the roundabout itself would have been too expensive. So going that this subdivision has been pulled together with some grant money, did we get grant money to build the roundabout? If not, how much is the roundabout?
Mr. Director.
Through Mr Mayor, the second stage of the DA for that particular subdivision does require the roundabout at Hampton Park Road. So yes, it's required. The land acquisition process is occurring and is shortly expected to be finalised. The detailed design for the roundabout has not yet been concluded with Transport for New South Wales's approval. That will be part of the DA process. But the funding for the roundabout is yet to be resolved. So the funding for the subdivision, the grant funding was for the subdivision itself, not for the roundabout.
Any further? Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that the roundabout wouldn't have gone in if it wasn't for the subdivision, and the subdivision's been paid for the Growing Regional Economics Fund program. So can we push that department to get some money for the roundabout or Transport for New South Wales?
Mr. Director.
Through Mr Mayor, certainly conversations will be had with Transport for New South Wales regarding potential funding opportunities. I'd suggest, though, with the existing grant fund that's supporting the subdivision construction, there won't be additional funding available through that program.
Councillor.
One more question. Seeing what I've seen on that intersection happen, is there any way that we can apply for black spot funding for that intersection?
Mr. Director.
Through Mr Mayor, we are very active in the black spot funding process, so certainly that will be on the list for us to look at in terms of whether it's eligible for funding, and if so, yes, we will apply for it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.7, annual financial statements. Councillors can have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Wright, Councillor West. Councillor, any discussion? Councillor Cranston.
Just a couple of comments, I guess, and we did touch on these at our meeting last week. So I guess for me, it's more just about ensuring complete transparency with the full community. So obviously we've had an improved result, but perhaps the main driver behind that is actually the depreciation adjustment. So my questioning is around, is that the main driver between the improved result? I also just had some comments around the 6 performance measures. Now, obviously, we've missed 2 of those, and again, we had some discussions about whether that's normal, that we miss those performance measures, or whether we always hit the 6 out of 6. You know, how many other councils are actually hitting all of them? What's the history behind us specifically hitting that performance, the operating performance ratio? And then the other one, so I might actually ask for some comments just around that, if that's okay, and then I'll come back to the big one.
Thank you. Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so yes, the recalculation of depreciation charges did have a significant positive influence in our end of year results. Whilst that was definitely positive, it wasn't necessarily a direct contribution to, so any of the results that are cash specific are not influenced by the depreciation outcome. So yes, it did influence our overall result, but a number of the performance indicators, if you like, are actually improvements without a reliance or dependence on the depreciation perspective. In relation to the performance measures that Council has fallen short of this year, even though we've improved on last year's result, we still are definitely short. And so that is something that this Council is normally in the space of. It's not ideal. We need to improve on those, and that's definitely our focus in our financial sustainability approaches that we're taking at this particular time. What was raised during that particular forum with the auditor presentation on Wednesday was one of our significant business units that Council operates in, being land development, is actually specifically excluded from a number of these calculations because under the accounting standards and their treatment as it relates to local government, it's considered a sale of an asset rather than a business unit, a profit, and what ordinarily would be a profit making venture, putting aside our current estate out at Windruit. So I think I've answered your questions.
Councillor Chris.
So I guess specifically regarding that operating performance ratio, like it has been floated and used in conversations around the SRV as a key driver as to why we need an SRV. But can I just confirm that my understanding of the conversation was we have never, Bathurst Regional Council has never hit a positive performance ratio, operating performance ratio, because we're essentially a land developer.
Mr Director.
Through Mr Mayor, I won't comment as never, because I haven't been here since day dot in that sort of space, but I can say that in my time that I've been here, because of that removal of land development activity, it has always dropped us below the operating performance benchmark of 0 or better.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I think it was said from the public gallery earlier tonight, somebody had picked up probably one of the only bits of sense the person made about us dipping into reserves accidentally, but then it being rectified. Can the directors make a comment to ensure the community that that's not going to happen again?
Thank you, Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so we have now the checks and balances to make sure that we are monitoring that on a minimum monthly basis to ensure that we don't fall into that hole again.
Thank you. Councillor Cranston.
Sorry, that was the other third thing that I do want to touch on. So can I, and so just for clarity, can I ask that that's actually referred to the Audit and Risk Committee for them specifically to have a look at how that happened, and also to provide back a report not only to how it happened, but are they comfortable with the checks and balances now in place so that it won't happen again? And so is the correct process to ask for that to come back to us as a report? Okay.
Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, what I can say is that's already been considered by the ARIC. So the auditors made a presentation at our Audit Risk Improvement Committee, ARIC. So our last meeting, which was a week ago, 2 weeks ago, our auditors actually gave a presentation to that committee, and this particular issue actually came up, and both the independent members actually questioned around, okay, what was the cause of it? What is council now putting in place so that doesn't come back again? So it's already been covered off in that space.
Thank you, Mr Director. Councillor Cranston.
And to confirm, that will come back through, will get put in here. It's on public, it's available for public review, and that. The right
Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, the minutes of that ARIC meeting come back to this council for information.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Wright.
So just with this one, so can I just confirm the amount of, because there's the depreciation, and I sent an email and asked lots of questions about, thank you for getting back to me on those. Mr. Jones, do I call you Mr. Jones? Is that the correct term? Director, thank you. Director Jones. There's just so many directors, I don't know how to be specific. Anyway, I'm so sorry. But so there's the depreciation that's affected, it been a positive benefit for us. But is it something like around 900,000 was the sort of cash savings? I just can't find it in my documents. Was that what we made in the last year? It was around a 940,000 amount. Or was that next year?
Yeah, Mr. Director.
Through Mr. Mayor, I think we're getting the $900,000 number from the Pathway to Sustainability report that's coming up a bit later on. And that's for the current financial year, not previous year. But there would be similar reports around Pathway to Sustainability, which I don't have in front of me, which will talk around the savings and the other cost reductions, containment strategies that we introduced for last financial year, which would have contributed to that outcome as well.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
Okay,
Councillor Wright.
so the other thing that I just wanted to bring up that I wanted to discuss, because I didn't quite get the answer and I want to make sure I understand this correctly, but a friend of mine, Rowan, brought up that at the end of the third quarter, the budget for wages, I think, was 34 million. We were already tracking at around 30 million. And it was very clear that we were going to blow wages, at least from his interpretation. But it was explained that it's fine because there's a huge portion to be put back into the capital expenses, so we'll be good, we'll be on budget. Can you refresh my memory firstly as to if that's how the conversation went, because it's clear that hasn't happened. So just for the public record, just, despite the fact that part of it's in an email.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
And if you like, I'd happy to go through what was in the email as well in the same response statement going up and down again, if that's right. So words to a similar effect around the conversation. Yes, Mr. Rowan raised something during public forum when, if memory serves, and I'm happy to be corrected, when the March quarterly budget review was presented to Council, which would have been the May meeting at that time. And then, yes, the response was provided to Mr. Rowan at that time that we were anticipating a significant portion of those employee benefits and on-costs. So it's not just wages, there are elements to that, to be capitalised. As the year progressed towards the end of the year, it was identified that through a number of the budget changes that we made through sustainability and other deliverables, such as what we're seeing in the carryover works, or revote works rather, that a number of our capital work projects either didn't proceed or we actually reassigned our staff who would have been normally working on a capital project to actually spend more time on what was considered maintenance projects. So as a consequence, that reallocation of funds to capital didn't occur. The other influence that has resulted in the cost overrun, and one thing I should preface also, is that we're comparing ourselves to an original budget, not to our revised budget that is modified throughout the course of the year. That's the accounting standard prescription up at this point in time. So the other influence that it resulted in that particular outcome was where we actually did exceed our wage budget, our employee benefits and on-cost budget for water, sewer and waste. But they were actually adjusted throughout the course of the year. But because that adjustment isn't reflected in the original budget as a revised budget, that comparison is actually, whilst it's been addressed, isn't able to be reflected in the statement that's presented.
Okay, and then just on that, so for the budget review, and I know this is a bit later, but it feeds into this topic, so we've got currently, the budget for the financial year now has been revised to 37 million, apologies, and we're currently sitting at year-to-date 12.7 million. By my maths, that looks like we're got trajectory is towards a $52 million wage budget. Can you explain to me how, assuming we're not hopefully going to blow wages budget significantly this year with the trajectory that we're on?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the short answer is we have control mechanisms in place around to do with our capital situation. Our capital budget for this year is almost double what it was last year. So there is an expectation that we will be delivering on those capital projects through utilising existing staff. That being said, we have processes in place that we will actually be adjusting our budget. Once again, the budget adjustments aren't picked up in the end of year statements though, to address where we believe that a staff team or crew will not be doing that capital work project, but instead it will be managed through an external contract or however, or if the budget's, or if that staff member is actually not going to proceed, or if that project is not going to proceed, that those budget adjustments are actually made known and quite clear through the quarterly review process as we progress.
Thank you.
And what is the vacancy rate for council at the moment? Is it 20%, 18 to 20% that we're down in staff?
Mr. Director.
Through Mr. Mayor, I actually don't know the current rate as it stands at the moment, but I know at 30 June we were sitting at just under 18%.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No further
Sorry, the last thing I'll just say, sorry, I didn't get up quite in time,
Right.
was just, I want to highlight to the group why I rave on all the time about how important grants transparency is. If you'll see there, 2024, 55 million in grants and annual charges revenue, and 52 million in grants and contributions revenue. So it's almost a 50-50 split, and that's why I just want to just highlight why I harp on that it's so important we are across where that's being spent.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Item 8.3.8, request for financial assistance, St Pat's Junior Rugby League Football Club Trivia Night. Councillors could have a move and a second. Councillor Fry, Councillor Underwood. Councillor, any discussion? Councillors, now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Item 8.3.9, request for financial assistance, 2024 Bathurst Rally. Councillors could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Orban.
With the new bollards, can I just ask what's required in putting them up and down? And,
Mr. Director. Two men.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's council staff that install those bollards, but there's other additional signage that's required for a road closure as well. So it's a mix of both contract staff and our own staff using in terms of Russell Street road closures.
Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Item 8.3.10, request for financial assistance, Lions Club of Bathurst. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Wright, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Sorry, can I know we've been explained this before, but what's the reason that this group don't apply through the normal, as it's explained in this document? What is the reason that they don't apply through the normal thing that we have in place? And that they do it this way and it takes a lot of time and, it's $42. Can we have an explanation of that, please?
Councillor, Mr. Director.
Through Mr. Mayor, I can't provide a reason why this particular group has chosen this way. They're actually afforded an opportunity to provide an explanation as to why they didn't, and they've basically just acknowledged that there is an annual process and they've acknowledged that they didn't apply in that particular case. That being said, as a general observation, because council has a finite amount of money that it puts through this donations program, and annually we get more applications than we do have funding available. A number of previous applicants, I'm not suggesting it's these people by any stretch, but a number of previous applicants have chosen not to participate in the annual process because they believe they stand a better chance of actually asking throughout the course of the year as an ad hoc request, even though it may be a recurring annual one. But I'm not suggesting that's occurred in this instance because they haven't actually divulged that information to me at all.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Councillor Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If my fellow councillors see fit and the mover and the seconder of this motion see fit, can we not just approve the $42?
Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this one I'd say you should move an amendment, and I know I'm being as consistent as inconsistent can be, but what's been moved is diametrically opposite to what you would be suggesting, which I'm assuming is what the director has written in his report. So because you're not massaging, I think you'd need to move an amendment to that item.
Councillor Cranston. Councillor Underwood, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I move an amendment that we approve the $42 for the Lions Club of
Councillor,
Bathurst.
any seconders?
Can I just understand look, I get it, $42. I'm tempted to go and visit tomorrow and just give them some money myself. But I guess what I want to understand is, and based on the recommendation, there's a precedent that this sets, right? Is that if we prove that someone might have more success doing it this way, I feel like it undermines the section 356, is it? 356 process that we have that sort of everyone else has to follow the rules of. So it's like I'm very keen to just do it because it just seems like such a measly amount of money. But I think in the grander scheme of things, it's kind of like a precedent that it sets to anyone chasing council money.
Yeah, Mr. Jam.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make a comment? It's probably retracing on what I just said to you, Councillor Underwood, because what you're proposing is the direct opposite in reading it now to what has been recommended. You should go to the vote on what's been moved. And then if you wish to go the other way, you need to vote against that item because they're both direct opposites to each other.
Easiest way. Yes, you certainly can, Councillor Orban.
Was there financial statements given with this application? Because that's one of our prerequisites.
Thank you, Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the information that we were provided has actually been attached to the business paper. State the obvious, no.
Thank you. Any further? Yes, Councillor Orban.
So why are we even looking at this? It's against our principles. Thank you.
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, because I don't have the delegated authority to refuse an application.
Yep. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll now put the motion. Those for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion on the table from Councillors Wright and Cranston is that Council not approve the waiver of the fee for the Lions Club of Bathurst temporary food vendor application.
So I'll put the motion again. Those for? Against? It's carried. Yep, it's carried. Thank you. We move to item 8.3.11, Challenge Bathurst 2023 Economic Impact Assessment. Councillors can have a move and a second. Councillor Fry, Councillor Cranston, councillors, any discussion? Yes, Councillor Orban.
Sorry, I'll just say very quickly that Challenge Bathurst is one of our best events that's run at Mount Panorama. It's one of those ones that we just prepare the track and they come and use it, and yeah, it's a very, very, very good event, very well run and very lucrative. So, yep, great event.
Thank you, Councillor Orban. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. 8.3.12, Quarterly Budget Review Statement, September 2024. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Cranston.
Just a couple of things with this, one of which has been touched on, I guess, briefly about the wages being on target for 51,000, and I guess that lack of clarity around what this report is actually representing, and is there any way to capitalise wages on a monthly, quarterly basis so that we actually know what we're looking at? It's providing more real world data rather than this assumption that X amount of it will be capitalised, but then we don't end up hitting that target. And even though it's been questioned, it's almost like we get to the end and we go, oops, we didn't hit our target. But is there a way to make that more transparent about where we're at monthly, quarterly, and so on and things like that? And the other one I just want to touch on inside this document, for me, which, and it's come up before. It's about the toilet blocks and the process around those. So I think there's 840,000 that's allocated to a toilet block, and we're actually designating that to specifically go towards Hector Park. Is that correct?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer the first question first, if that's all right. We'll actually go in order. So in short, we're already internally within the finance team, we're actually trying to work out a better way to actually start bringing forward, or dare I say it, raising alarm bells if they exist around the capitalisation of employee costs, and to actually get a greater handle on that in that space at the moment. The systems that we currently use actually only pick it up at 30 June. Which obviously the shift is a relatively set sail by that stage, so we need to come up with a better way that we can do that. So internally, we're actually working through that now, because there is actually a repeating trend where, not to the extent that we're seeing in the year just gone, but in other years that we've had some sort of similar issues. So we're going to come up with a better way to do that. In relation to the Hector Park toilet block, I believe that is correct, is where that funding is being allocated. The engineer may be able to comment further on that. What I will say, though, is that that's actually funding specifically from the sewer fund and can only be spent on a toilet, amenities and that sort of space.
Thank you. Councillor.
Sorry, so I appreciate that can only be spent in a certain section. I guess, has anyone actually been to the Hector Park toilet block recently?
Yep.
Yeah, $850,000 on what if it was, essentially if I was looking at spending that kind, or the equivalent kind of money in my own home, I'd be going, what can I spend to actually increase the life of the asset, rather than $850,000 on a complete new build. And so my question is anytime we touch, say, that a toilet block, does it then have to come up to current code? And is there an in-between, how much of it can we touch as a renovation, coat of paint, fittings, that kind of thing, before we don't have to go to new codes? Am I asking it?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's the budget that's provided in that line item. It's certainly not anticipated that all that would be needed for the particular development of Hector Park. So that's currently being designed. Once tenders are called, it will actually come back to council to make that decision as to whether to proceed with that project or not. But to answer your question about the toilet block itself, very little can be done in terms of renovations until then it triggers the requirement to bring it up to the current accessibility standard. So the current building at the moment does not comply. It's not anywhere near close to complying with the accessible standard. And in fact, I don't think it complied with the last one. So it's certainly well out of date. We certainly assess what can be done in terms of what parts could be saved, and then renovate what we could, or adjust the facility to suit. Generally, we find that there's not a real lot of cost saving, if any, for a full demolition and rebuild, which we have attempted that in past, and it actually causes more problems than what it's worth.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any further discussion? Councillor Wright.
Just on the attachments here, so this is budget review, contractors and other expenses, Part B, consultancy and legal expenses. So under consultancies, we have nearly 16,000 for the Barn Residency project. Can I have an explanation, so that this is for this quarter? What have we spent $16,000 on this quarter specifically for that project?
Mr. Director.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wright, what page are you on the attachments?
Sorry, I'm in page 674 of the attachments.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take that one on notice, Councillor Wright, and get back to you.
Thank you, Acting Director.
And I also think, sorry, I thought someone spoke. And I think I had this one written to ask here, but I think it actually might have been further in the attachments forth. But I also noticed a legal expense of $25,000 to Wiradjuri Traditional Owners Corporation, etc. Can I have an explanation as for what those legal expenses were for?
Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, rather than make up an answer, I'll take that one on notice. And
Any further discussion? Councillor Cranston.
Sorry, can I just round out that conversation that inside developing a better format, if that's the correct wording, for presenting the quarterly reviews, it's also about then getting... So I noticed that the depreciation that's in that current budget figure is still representative of last year's, and that inside the quarterly review there'll be a new adjustment figure for September, which represents the work that was done last year by, I think, Morrison Lowe. Was it Morrison Lowe that ended up doing a review of our assets? And so that was another separate engagement, and therefore consultancy fee paid to them again for that project. Was that right?
Mr Director.
through you, Mr Mayor, it was actually part of the, it was an extension of the SRV project around looking at assets. And the project, we actually morphed the project into looking at depreciation lives and consumption rather than their work was actually to do a bit more of a wholesale condition assessment of our assets in that space there. And the value was actually to be seen as part of the depreciation. So short answer is yes, it was an extension of the existing contract. There wasn't a fee in addition because it was of that extension, which would have been paid last financial year in that sort of space. In relation to the inclusion of the amendment to the depreciation charge, it's actually picked up in the Pathway to Sustainability report because it's actually picked up at that, because the focus on assets is part of one of our sustainability initiatives. So it's being picked up in that space there. So you'll actually see the adjustment to depreciation will actually have been affected for the next quarterly review, which is the December report.
Councillor Cranston.
Sorry, that's the confusing thing for me. There's so much information and it's where do we look for it? And if we see it in this report, but it's not in that report, if our measure of success is actually meeting budget, because one of the things you quite often talk about is the fact that Bathurst Regional Council always presents a balanced budget. If assessing that is actually looking at the quarterly budget review and things like that, it would be really beneficial to have all that information contained in that one document. And probably further to that, could you just, I guess, clarify when you use the phrase balanced budget, what exactly you're referring to when you use that phrase?
Mr Director.
So through you, Mr Mayor, basically Council's budget, or the term balanced budget is basically a zero bottom line or a small surplus. And so, but that after taking into consideration not just what our operating spends, but also picks up all our capital project movements, provision for any assets that are likely to be donated to council as part of subdivision contributions, any utilisation of any existing reserves, so reduction in restricted assets. So basically, it's in accounting speak. It's basically your operational income less your operational expenditure, add in your capital income less your capital expenditure, and we aim to present a zero or a small surplus bottom line. I think if memory serves, it was around $10,000 surplus at the end of this year, but I'm happy to be correct on that. I don't actually have that number in front of me this year.
Thank you, Mr Director. Councillor Wright.
Sorry. So I just, on this one, so Nat's covered that, sorry, with the reallocate employee costs of $90,000 from corporate governance to corporate planning, is that, so that's for the corporate planner for the CSP, is that the woman from UTS who's helping us with that planning?
Mr Director.
No, through you, Mr Mayor, it's actually a staff member in addition to that particular person.
Okay, so that's an additional cost on top of, so one $90,000, how long is that training session going for?
Mr Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Now, what we've done is we actually, just to clarify, so there was a vacant position within one section of the council, And so what we've done is use the funding for that particular vacant position to fund the corporate planner, who's been on board to assist us with the development of the annual report and the State of the Region report, which you've already seen this evening. They're also working through the CSP. They'll also be actively involved in the revised format for our delivery and operating plan. And that's it's actually a staff member, but utilising funding from an existing vacant position, which was in another team, to be able to fund this particular role.
Thank you for that explanation. That makes a lot more sense. And then the last paragraph here, I just want to highlight from the room. So we say the net effect of these changes on council's forecast cash position at 30 June 25 are a decrease of 440k from June 2024 forecast, mainly due to reduced internal reserves. So council's unrestricted cash position is forecast to increase to 134,000 at the end of June 2025. I just want to remind everyone that's what we might call, the fun money. It's the genuine leftover cash that we've got for some of the fun things that we might want or like, which I think really feeds into this conversation that we're having around Barn, and that we can't afford anything that runs at an operating loss anymore. So we mentioned Morrison Low. I just want to correct because Morrison Low referred throughout all their documentation as the asset to the asset backlog at year end 2023 as $136 million. It's what all the councillors referred to it as, so on and so forth. So in these documents So firstly, we've got to clarify that's for all assets. The SRV was only meant to fund the general fund. Now, the general fund, as per the state benchmark, and we raised this at a council meeting, was $86 million. So that's, and I think it was explained to us that we did that for completeness, but I call that a misrepresentation of what the SRV was meant to fund, because it's only meant to fund the general account. So that was the first mistake that Morrison Low made many times, and we flagged that at every community consult. And so when we talk about what this amount of money is, this is the estimated cost to bring assets to a satisfactory standard, or the state benchmark. Sometimes we refer to it as the gold-plated standard. You're not going to achieve this. In fact, you'd be over-capitalising on a lot of your assets by achieving this benchmark. So the actual general one, year end last year, was 86 million. It is now 116 million this year, so that's increased significantly. But when we talk about what council, so there's an estimated cost then to bring to the agreed level of service set by council. So this is where council goes, okay, that's the state benchmark, but we're going to agree that this level, so this survey here, asset survey that we're getting the community to do, the idea of this to me, when you've got beautiful pictures of poor, good, fair, everyone is going to pick mostly that good road. Of course, we love good roads. So I have a lot of problems with how this is structured, because to me, this document is all about justifying, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, it's about justifying an SRV. So then council goes, okay, this is what we agree is the value that we're going to service them to. We go from 116 million to 13 million. Now that's a lot less than last year. So last year we agreed to 19 million. This year, 13 million. Could the council please explain that difference to me for this year?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to take that question on notice because I don't have the information in detail that underpins that behind me. And you're actually talking about the financial statements, not the quarterly budget review anymore. So I'm happy to take that notice and provide the appropriate response publicly back in that sort of space. Can I just, since I'm standing, just be very encourage councils to be very precautionary around using the term fund money for our unrestricted cash balance. So one of the performance targets that we don't achieve is how low our unrestricted cash balance is. And so we need to start building that up. And it is a trap that councils in general do fall into when they see the term unrestricted cash money, It is the ability to, we'll just draw upon that to spend it on this and draw upon it to spend on that. That is definitely a habit that councils, and I'm not picking on the current council, it's council and other councils that I've worked for, do fall into that habit. So one of our key pillars, if you like, of the financial sustainability strategy that we are developing at the moment, yet to be presented to councils, councillors, is looking at what is an appropriate level of unrestricted cash that we should be sitting on without actually freeloading it out to other projects and that sort of space. I'm just saying it just to be cautionary in using that terminology, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Rector.
Absolutely agree. I think I was just highlighting that the leftover money at the end of the day is less than $150,000. But thank you for I do recognise that's from the reason I bring it up in relation to this is because we talk about Morrison Lowe, and I just have a little issue that we have a company that couldn't even represent what the correct asset backlog was for the general fund, which the SRV was meant to fund, and we then re-engage them for work at an additional cost. I don't know, there's just a incongruence between those two decisions with me, and that's just a personal thing, but that's it from me.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Orban.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, the cost containment strategies for 2025. I noticed there is $75,000 reduction in footpath maintenance, which is, gentlemen.
Next report.
Sorry,
Report, Councillor
is it?
Orban.
I just squashed it out. Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, I chucked the page over. I'll get onto it when I come back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Orban. Is there any further discussion? We now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.3.13, Pathway to Sustainability, September 2024 update. Councillors going to move in a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Orban. Gotcha.
Repeat. Yeah, $75,000 reduction in footpath maintenance. There's still a lot of yellow paint on raised concrete paths still out there, so I would like to see that put back in at any cost. I think it's a danger and we need to do it. We need to fix it.
Thank you, Councillor Orban. Any further discussion? Councillor Wright.
I just want to highlight under current financial year, we talk about finalising AMP, that would be the asset management plan, yes? So many acronyms, updates and upgrades, and it says action. Council at its ordinary meeting at the 7th of August 2024 reallocated $300,000 from the loan that was drawn for the former go-kart project to review and update of Council's asset management plan. As noted in the August report, commencement of this work is being withheld until sufficient funds are within Council's restricted assets to fund this item. So I just want to be really clear, because I missed the memo. I didn't realise the whole no to public forum, so we didn't get to speak on this one. But I just want to highlight, at the time that we had a council meeting, so the Go-Kart Club relinquish any, I know they didn't own it, we're very clear on the fact that they didn't own that money, but they had strong emotional ties to it, because to them it symbolised their only opportunity to perhaps see their dream track ever come to fruition. So it was an emotional thing for them. I, through conversations, building trust, eventually got them to a point, and I never knew what they were going to decide in the end, but I said, you've got to let go of this money. You've got to let go of this money. Council cannot afford it. It's the right thing to do. It says you care about the community more than you, and that you're willing to do the right thing. Now, the Go-Kart Club eventually, to my surprise, did do that. And I sat there thinking, oh, great, you know, a bit of advocacy, a bit of relationship building. I've saved council a couple of $100,000. Then we crunched the numbers on it and went back through some emails, and I realised that that loan had mostly been spent. There was only $105,000 left of that loan. So when we were then having a council meeting to decide how much was it that we decided on the night? It was over $1 million, I think we reallocated to do. Yeah, it was something like that. And I spoke to the West Navy. I said, we can use all different terms here, but I look at that as pork barrelling, because you are assigning money that doesn't exist. You should look at it as a bit of a bonus that we don't have to, pay back the money. So I guess I just want to highlight that's what I'm talking about. We reallocated that money to a project, but the money doesn't exist because it's already been spent, and that's why the things that we reallocated it to are now not going to be funded until the money is returned from the sales of Windy 1100. So that was my point, is that yes, we also don't have to, you could refund the loan from the sales of Windy 1100 and not have it pre-allocated to things that you're spending it, or just look at it as a little bonus is sort of the point I was making. But yeah, I guess that decision highlights exactly what I was talking about, that we were pre-spending money that didn't exist.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for, against, carried. We now move to the Director of Engineering Service Report, item 8.4.1, Tidy Towns Awards, Communication and Engagement category winner, water. Let's make it last. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Wright. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors, I now put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Move to item 8.4.2, Bathurst Flood Plan Management Update. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor, now put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Councillor, we now move to the Director of Cultural. Oh, we've done that, have we? Director of Cultural and Community Service Report. Item 8.5.1, Kelso Community Hub Update, April 2024, October 2024. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Forgive me for not knowing the current business model, because I know we're considering this for a leasing agreement, but all of these events that are held out of here, do they pay us a fee for that? Is that a hiring fee that we as the business currently stands, that we receive for all of these lovely events that have been held?
Yes, Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, that's correct. It's a dry hire arrangement, so all of those are paid events.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I know you'll have to take this one on notice, but can I get a figure of yearly hire revenue for that facility to understand? I mean, that's fine, I'm sure it doesn't cover operating expenses or whatever, but just a figure of what we actually make from that facility for those leasing agreements?
Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, as luck would have it, I was actually analysing those figures earlier today, so I can tell you that currently, year to date, Kelso Community Hub has generated 17,723 in operating revenue. That's actually 53% ahead of budget. And you are correct, it doesn't cover all expenses. Total expenses, 30,506, which is actually 54% below budget.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
And that's just year to date for September?
That's year to date to end October.
So if possible, let's say, could I get an entire figure of what you've just given me, let's say for the entire financial year, year ending 2024, just as a whole year, what it would return?
Yes, absolutely. I could provide the figures for the previous full financial year, yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Move to item 8.5.2, 2024-2025 Rural Village Improvement Program. Councillors can I move in a seconder. Councillor Fry, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Yeah, all I wanted to say on this is that I think it's really important to provide contrasts everywhere you get them. So the opportunity to, 2024-2025 Rural Improvement Program, $19,000. So we had a lot of people from the villages talking tonight about feeling a little not loved enough, and we've got the cemetery issue going on. I just want to highlight that's pretty much the exact amount of art that was just purchased for our $13 million collection. I think it was quoted as a $13 million asset valuation on our art collection we just purchased another 18,500. That's the same amount that we spend in this same period of time on rural village improvement. That's the kind of incorrect priorities with council that I feel that I just want to highlight to the community. We shouldn't be spending that money on art. We should whack that straight to the villagers and help them with some signs, help them with some things. And I just want to highlight that to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Yes, Councillor Underwood.
Do we have any idea of how much that fund was when we first amalgamated with the villages?
Mr General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, when we amalgamated with Evans, the total amount of the village's funds by Evans Shire was $5,000 per annum across all the villages. Then for a number of years, the regional council moved that allocation to $200,000 per year, and that went for a number of years. Then subsequently, given that there partly weren't the demands because a lot of projects had already been done, that amount was reduced, but also it was reduced as part of dealing with budgetary issues at the time, probably around about 2013. So in terms of where we've been contracting in a lot of areas over a number of years, and the village program was one that was dropped back. But similarly, in recent years, we introduced the village's events project. I think it's about 40 grand a year. We're recommending, I believe tonight, to remove that as part of trying to balance. So there's been a combination. Probably the other main area that was assisted in terms of the amalgamation time was the treatment to the waste management centres, because they had a lot of burial waste centres. There's only one now. There was never any action taken on Evans, but within a month of the combination, the state government agencies started imposing requirements on the new council.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Yes, Councillor West.
I'm a little bit confused at this stage. The 18,000 or 18,500 that was spent on art, was that council money or was that grant money?
Mr Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that particular fund that Councillor Wright was referring to, no, that was council money, and that was spent from council's dedicated acquisitions budget as approved by the previous council.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Council move to item 8.5.3, Bathurst Regional Youth Council, attendance at Youth Council Conference, Southwest Sydney, 11th to the 13th of October 2024. Councillors can have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Pride, Councillor West, councillors, any discussion? If there's no discussion, I'll put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Yes. Visual link. So you want to put a resolution? Yeah. Councillors, unfortunately, Councillor Fry has to leave the chamber, so I just want to put it to resolution that the councillors. Sorry, Mr. GM.
The council moves a resolution to approve for Councillor Fry to connect in for the rest of the meeting via audio-visual link.
We have a mover? Yes, Councillor Gulliver. Seconder, Councillor West. Thank you, Councillor Fry. I'll put it to the vote, sorry. But audio visual. I'll put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Thank you, Councillor Fry. We'll move to item 8.5.4, Spring School Holiday Activities, September, October 2024. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Underwood, Councillor Wright. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for, against, carried. Item 8.5.5, National Motor Racing Museum, Repco Bathurst 1000 Activity Report, 5th of October 2024 to the 14th of October 2024. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Cranston, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.5.6, Bathurst Visitor Information Centre, Japanese visit, 24th of October 2024. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? With no discussion, I put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Item 8.5.7, Museums and Galleries, New South Wales International Fellowship 2024. Manager Museums Placement with Corynlam Museum, Cirencester. Councillors could have a move and a seconder. Councillor Underwood, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? No discussion, I'll put it to motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 8.5.8, Bathurst Regional Art Gallery Permanent Collection Online. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Wright, Councillor West. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor Wright.
It just says here that the digitisation and accessibility of the permanent collection was identified as a priority for Bragg, Bathurst Regional Art Gallery, in early 2021. Who deemed that a priority, first of all? Who does that job, and what's the cost associated with it, assuming that that's probably done at the Central Table and Collections Facility, because I know they have a wonderful digitisation facility there. So yeah, who decided it's a priority, who did it, and what's the cost associated?
Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, well, you're absolutely correct. The reason it was made a priority was because of the construction of the Central Tablelands Collections Facility. So, correspondent with the creation of that new facility and the digitisation elements, it was decided that it would be the best way to engage the public in its own private, in its own public art collection. The Bragg permanent collection was to pursue the digitisation. A part of the urgency also was driven by the fact that we were in lockdown over that period. And while Bragg couldn't actually be open to the public, it was a useful, gainful use of staff time because the vast majority of the work was done internally by staff. Complete cost, obviously a large amount of that is staff costs. I don't know off the top of my head. But I can have a look into any additional costs related to the digitalisation, take that one on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Director. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 9, reports of other committees. Item 9.1, Traffic Committee Report, 5th November 2024. Councillors, I have a move and a seconder. Councillor West, Councillor Wright. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors, I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Move to item 9.2, Policy Committee Report, 6th of November 2024. Councillors can have a move and a seconder. Councillor Gulliver, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor, now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. I move to item 10, Notice of Motion. Item 10.1, Councillor E. West, Code of Meeting Practice. Councillors, can I move and a seconder? Councillor West, Councillor Underwood. Councillors, any discussion? Councillor West.
I would actually like to alter the recommendation to say that Council refer the following Code of Meeting Practice proposal to a working party of Council, and then the motion. And I won't read through the whole thing because it's there for, presumably people have read it, but I would like to just add to it that adopting this motion does not present a significant difficulty for Council. It might make meetings 5 or 10 minutes longer, but I think that is outweighed by the time saved by community members if they should want to go back and have a look at who voted, rather than going through a whole video or several videos to try and find how the voting was conducted. It's there in the minutes. It's also been suggested to me at some stage that it could leave councillors vulnerable to suggestions they have done a backflip, as though there's something really bad about changing your opinion. But I think, in contrast, that a change in a councillor's vote over time it more likely signals that the councillor in question is flexible, is willing to listen to the community, and or has sought out new information, all of which are commendable. So I don't think that going back to look at how councillors voted necessarily means that you're trying to find a gotcha moment. It's more about how the discussion has moved along over time.
Thank you, Councillor West. Councillor Underwood, you happy with that change, the referral?
I am. I will just say that I really commend this motion. I think it's great. I'm in support of it. I understand though a lot of councillors might want to make changes to our code of meeting practice, and by bringing it to a working party, it means we can make those changes at one time before it's put to the public. That's great.
Thank you, Councillor Underwood. Councillor, now put the Councillor Cranston.
Can I just comment to both of those and thank you both for the amendment, because that was exactly commentary that would have been provided. So thank you. The original motion fully support. I know the time that that was invested over the last 12 months trying to find how people voted on certain issues. Having that quite clear will save a lot of issues moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that sentiment. I love this motion. If there's probably anything that gets me more excited than transparency and accountability, I can't think of it. So love that, support it wholeheartedly. Agree an extra couple of minutes here and there is worth it to be able to see that. And thank you for the effort of putting it up. And but yeah, agree, heaps of things that we want to discuss. So it's good to find some common ground on things, which is great.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. I put that GM. I'll just ask the GM to put the amendment to the motion, please.
Mr Mayor, I have as the motion that council refer the following code of meeting practice proposal to a working party of council, and then under that is what is typed in your business papers. The mover is Councillor West and the seconder is Councillor Underwood.
Agree with that? Thank you. Okay, have you heard the amendment? I've now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Moved to item 10.2, Councillor J. Underwood, cost shifting onto local government. Councillors can have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Underwood, of course, and Councillor Gulliver. Councillor, any discussion? Councillor Underwood.
Yeah, I'll take the opportunity. Thanks, Mr Mayor, to speak to this. Look, the mechanics of the motion are quite simple. They require us to note the report from Local Government New South Wales, to put it on our website for our community to access, and to accept a delegates report from myself summarising my attendance to the Local Government New South Wales conference held in Tamworth, and I got back from that this morning. Now, councillors, we know, we've been speaking about it, that we're going to have to face some very hard decisions in future budget planning sessions about what we can afford as a council for this amazing community that we represent. And the problem is multifactorial. Local Government New South Wales lobbied the state government as the peak body for all councils, and it was overwhelmingly the most talked about subject amongst our fellow state colleagues in Tamworth at the weekend. With over a dozen motions relating to cost shifting passed on the floor, it was an honour to represent this community at the gathering. And thanks to my fellow councillors for putting that trust in me to send me as your delegate. Cost shifting isn't going away. Indeed, as the local government report states, it is getting worse. We need only look at our cemeteries conversation that we're having now as a recent example of this. The President of Local Government New South Wales, Daria Turley, sums it up quite perfectly, and I'm going to quote her because when something's good, just got to leave it as it is. She says, local government carry the can as other levels of government wipe costs from their budget by eating into ours. And we face the community to answer for rate increases, reduced services, or degraded local infrastructure. We've also heard tonight that council have been making reductions or cuts or changes, however you want to call it, in order to present balanced budgets every financial year. I've gone back to the General Manager's report of May in 2013, where it reads, the budget process is becoming more difficult every year as the effects of large cost increases outside of council's control are having a detrimental effect on council's ability to operate within the combined income levels. Our council have resourcing issues due to workforce challenges, but also an inability to hire new staff or flat out decisions to not hire them due to our budget constraints, as detailed in the October meeting. Quite literally, the oxygen is being squeezed out of our council. And many other councils around the state are facing the same problem. It is incumbent on me to highlight this issue as a new councillor. If we analyse our budget, we must look at our expenses, and in the examples highlighted in my report, we are talking about millions of dollars. Things that I haven't listed in the report, but I will list now, are the waste levy, Crown land management, road safety, childcare, flood mitigation programs, protection of environmental operations, crime prevention policing, such as CCTV and security patrols, maintenance of assets such as our TAFE and ambulance building, immigration and citizenship ceremonies. All of the pre-mentioned did not sit with councils at one point in time and now do, requiring us to carry out the work or the service without matching ongoing funding from the level of government it was passed from. Ratepayers, you should know that of the amount you pay in rates each year, $460 on average goes directly to covering these costs imposed on us by other levels of government. The New South Wales government are aware of the problem. They know the financial standing of councils is not sustainable, and 2 reviews are underway, one federal and one state. Councillors, our community deserves better. Our council deserves better. I call on the state and federal government to do better for our community. I look forward to presenting a delegates report from the recent conference to you all in December. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Underwood. Any further discussion? Councillor Wright.
I just want to thank Councillor Underwood for this report, because I know the effort that goes in, and you were so excited coming back from that thing, and I know that feeling of connecting with people that that sort of get it. So I'm glad you had a great time, and thank you for this. What I want to highlight, and there was a gentleman in our group, Gavin, who this was his role actually, the devil's advocate, when we used to have meetings. But, you know, we talk about what's outside council's control, but we've also got to talk about what's inside council's control. And, you know, to highlight that, what year was it that we went ahead with the Railway Museum? Was that 2019? Something like that?
Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, I believe 2019 was certainly when construction commenced.
So in 2019, our net operating result for the year before grants and contributions, so you've got your net operating result, but then you get rid of your asset sales and your grants and contributions because they artificially inflate the operating result. So less asset sales was negative 13.5 million. And yet we chose to open another museum. And this is the stuff that is within our control. We've got a bunch of museums that already run at huge operating losses, and that's not to say they're not great museums. But we continue to make decisions whilst knowing the pressures are real, and they are real. I actually found a letter from 2003 from our previous GM before you, you know, advocating to the state and federal government about this issue. It's very real. No one's denying that. But there are things within our control, and it was something that I heard so often from the community. We want back to basics. We want good roads. We want our cemeteries taken care of. We want, you know, a couple of nice, fun facilities to enjoy with our family, or what, you know. They wanted back to basics council, and so I just want to highlight that there's a contradiction to that, because there are things within our control, yet we continue to make decisions that go in the opposite direction, and you know, as is my next motion, another example of that. So when my household is feeling the pressure of increased mortgage and grocery prices going up, and I don't know, staff at the cafe are asking for more money and they deserve it, and you want to pay, whatever the things are, you make adjustments within your own household to cope, and then see what you're sort of left with. And I see a repeat pattern of behaviour where we haven't done that over a long period of time. And so I agree with this motion and I support it wholeheartedly, but I just wanted to speak to the other side of that coin.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any further discussion? Councillor West.
Yes, one of the things that I wanted to just add to what Councillor Underwood said was that as well as the cost shifting, there is the reduction, that's state generally, but there's also the reduction from the federal, the financial assistance grant, which is federal. And over the course of about, I can't remember the years, 8 years, 10 years, that's been reduced by half. And that grant was really helping to sustain local councils, and now it just doesn't cut it. So it's not just cost shifting from state government, it's also that reduction of funding from federal government, which is impacting on councils. As to the museum issue and spending money we don't have, Councillor Wright often refers to the community, that the community wants back to basics, or the community wants this, that or the other. We haven't heard from the whole community. There's sections, large sections of the community that probably think differently. And I go back to the article that was in the Western Advocate, where I thought we needed some sort of consultation to actually contact a wider range of the community to find out if they really do want, if a majority want a Back to Basics Council, or whether there's a large section of the community that really wants every museum and more.
Thank you, Councillor West. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, so I would just say in response to that in the 2023, so firstly, the cut in federal grant funding only highlights the importance of the fact that we have to have real
Councillor
good...
Wright, sorry, no, that's all right. That should be a question. You weren't your...
Oh, I'm
right
so
reply,
sorry. Oh, so I can't say anything? I don't know what to do.
Question.
Councillor,
sorry.
you have the right of one speech, but I shouldn't say it with camera on, but if you've got some creativity and your item can be put in as a question, then you're more than free to stand.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor.
Would any of the directors know that in the attachments that I've provided for my own motion, what the highest priority issues of our community are? And if not, I can provide that answer.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mr. General Manager.
Councillor, I suppose the easiest way I could handle that is we're doing a survey at the moment, and that will come back with the priorities. It normally has a combination of what is a priority as against satisfaction levels in that quadrant. It's probably safe to say roads particularly have been always the number one, rural and regional. But yes, hopefully you'll have a new survey which will feed that data that then goes to the councillors as part of the community strategic planning process to help you reflect your community's needs.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Councillor Wright.
Question. So does anyone else find it interesting that in the community survey for 2023, you're right, there's a priority indicator and a satisfaction indicator. Is anyone else surprised, or what are anyone else's thoughts on the fact that in the 2023 survey, we were incredibly satisfied with our cultural assets and they were of the least importance, but we were unsatisfied with roads which were of the most importance? Does anyone else find that interesting?
Yes. Mr. General Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I suppose I'd just provide a comment that from what I can see and talking to the councils across the state is very much reflective of the industry as a whole. It's quite interesting that our roads do have that lower figure, but when we spoke to the consultant who undertook the survey, he said our bad figure was a lot better than most of the others and was probably double the percentage. So it's difficult. Can I just say one of the things with the cultural facilities, and part of the move for the council down that path is to try and create a economic growth area for the city, in that cultural facilities bring in a whole range of people and offer them work, particularly artists who might want part-time work. So there's been that focus to see if we can develop and create an industry, and I think that is happening. The second thing is that, yes, you want your roads, rates and rubbish, and they are very important, but you're also trying to create a lifestyle for the people to come here. And if you're going to want professionals to come to your city, they want those alternatives. It's like once every couple of years, 2 or 3 years, we might have the Russian ballet next door. It's those sorts of things that make Bathurst a good place to live. The third factor is the move was to create a level of sufficient number of attractions out there so that we could try and attract people to visit Bathurst. We've always been very good in the sporting area, and so there is certainly large economic benefits there. The idea was having the cultural facilities is another bow to attracting tourism to the city, which then not only, in a lot of cases, people will come for a sporting thing, but they may have a partner or whatever who is wanting something to keep them occupied. So there's been a move in that space. Totally agree it costs money, but part of it is A, to create lifestyle, B, to create jobs, but B, then to be, or C, to be an attraction. So I think that needs to be borne in mind.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Okay, well, Councillor Cranston.
Just quickly rounding back to your original motion, can I thank you for the work on that? And can I also acknowledge that I think we've all felt the frustration and that's been put forward in other meetings going, well, why aren't we pushing back? So thank you with your media background that hopefully this might be the start of actually getting some traction and pushing back at state and federal level, because it's all councils that are actually dealing with the same problem, and you can only kick the can so far down the road. And goes back to our earlier conversation, Councillor Underwood, that it is incumbent upon all of us to make sure and push back where we can to make sure state and federal are actually spending our money responsibly as taxpayers, and then how that transfers through to all layers of government. And so just to thank you for your work on that.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Councillor Gulliver.
The Director of Culture up there in museums, how's the vouchers going out that we sent out on the rates notice to the community? Are we getting a better response and more attendance to those?
Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there'll be a full report presented to that when we've had 6 months worth of data. Certainly, anecdotally, we know the vouchers are being used. We are not sure yet how they are being used. In other words, whether they're being used by residents, whether they're being passed on to family, whether some people are sneakily coming a couple of times on the same photocopied voucher. But we're doing the analysis, so a full report will probably be going to the February meeting of council when we've got 6 months plus.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Director. Any further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put the motion. Those for. Against? Carried. Can you hear us all right, Councillor Fry? Councillor Fry?
What do you need, mate? Sorry.
Yeah, no, just you're right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we move to item 10.3. Councillor S. Wright, public feedback request, Nagareng Barn project. Councillors can have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Wright, Councillor Cranston. Councillor, any discussion?
So this one was a campaign platform of mine that I wanted to bring to the attention of people. I was a bit torn as to, do you just raise something, I mean, knowing our financial position and the numbers of this, the business model, do you just raise a motion to scrap it? But paying respect to some of the other councillors' concerns at the table around community participation and engagement and participatory democracy and all of those things. I think we have a better way of approaching this, which is to give the community a say on this project. Now, the reason I say that they haven't had that opportunity, as the report explains, is that this project was placed on public exhibition between September and October 2023, when the community was very distracted by another topic of interest. which we dare not say is the rule with that one. So we actually received 0 submissions from the general public, and when we went to the Western Region Planning for the DA to be approved, it was noted that there were nil submissions for this project. I want to give the community a say, as my thing highlights, so we did a Freedom of Information request on this before getting on council for the state application. We received the state application and the business plan at a state level. So we have that, a redacted copy, and I've given that to local accountants to have a look at. And we forecast that this will realistically run at an operating loss of anywhere 200K and more. When we look at the costs that have been including the operational expenditure, which in my opinion have been grossly understated. So this is a real problem, but as I've also highlighted, the project that was put on display during that time was Barn. We have changed the name of this project, we have changed the scope of this project, and the business model of this project has changed. We did not put Ngurang, and I'm sorry if I haven't pronounced that correctly, on public exhibition. So this project as it stands has not been approved by the public, and I'm calling for them to have their say on it, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any further discussion? Councillor Underwood.
Just having a look at the mechanics of the motion, and I suppose just wanting to question a precedence matter around this. It says to put it on public exhibition for a period of 12 weeks. Our current policy is 28 days. If we accept this decision, do we need to pick and choose which projects get a longer period of exhibition? And perhaps that's something that we can bring up in the community engagement strategy plan. I just want to have a look at that 12 weeks versus 28 days.
Is it protocol that I'm allowed to respond on? I'm not new to
You've got to
this,
write a
but
reply.
I've got to write a reply.
Reply,
Okay.
fine.
So, I'm so sorry.
At the end. Sorry. Are there any further discussion?
I suppose, sorry, I didn't
question?
rephrase that through you, Mr. Mayor, and to if there's someone that can speak to the procedural matter of putting it on 12 weeks instead of 28 days as per our policy.
Mr. General Manager.
It's not a normal practice. We have standard times we advertise, whatever statutory or whatever else. I mean, the council can move that, but it may create a precedent in the future, which we'll have to deal with. I think you're right, Councillor Underwood. We would talk about it as part of any further community engagement strategies, but it does create a bit of a precedent because it's going to start sending varying times to the community as to how long we would consult on various items. And so that needs to be borne in mind.
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can add to the General Manager's comments and attempt to separate the public exhibition of a project to garner public opinion as to its merit versus exhibition specifically for a development application. So the community participation plan, as adopted by Council, prescribes how a project such as this will be exhibited for the purposes of obtaining development consent, which is a different purpose than, is this a worthwhile project?
To ask a question?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You are.
Am I allowed to explain why I selected 12 weeks?
In your reply.
Okay.
Councillor Cranston.
Can I just say that I obviously fully support this. It was one of the things we mentioned at the initial, I think it was the last budget review, that essentially it was the only non-essential capital item that was in the budget. Tied into that, it's the number of changes that it's gone through, and also the forecast operating profit is, in my opinion, highly questionable, and so we'd just like to have that put back on public feedback for community to engage with, and essentially yay or nay it, rather than it be about the 9 councillors of the day making a decision on where this is headed.
Thank you, Councillor Cranston. Councillor Orban.
And I'm sorry if I was asleep, but when did we change the name? And who changed it? I said,
The acting director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So Barn was the working title for the project from late 2021, early 2022. In fact, it referenced previously an existing performing arts trial that took place at Perthville. Noorang was proposed in November of 2023 to be the final operational name for the facility when it was completed. To avoid confusion, most correspondence and ongoing communication with council has continued to use the term barn just to avoid any suspicion that there were in fact 2 competing facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Director. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to refer to an article that was in the Western Advocate in 2022 when this project was announced. And at the time, Deputy Premier and Bathurst MP Paul Toole said the facility will be the largest of its kind in regional New South Wales, and went on to talk in glowing terms about the project. I'll read some of it out. It's going to be the biggest and best in regional New South Wales, and it will be in our very own backyard, Mr. Toole said. This is a significant cultural infrastructure project for Bathurst that will shape its future as a destination for arts and culture in New South Wales and enhance experiences for artists, locals and visitors alike. Given the changes that Councillor Wright is talking about, I would really like to know whether Paul Toole still supports this project in the same glowing terms. And I wonder if it would be possible for council to write to Paul Toole and ask him if he still supports this project. It would be really interesting to know whether the changes that have occurred have put him off it.
Thank you, Councillor West. Any further discussion? Question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. How much have we spent on this grant, on this project, out of the grant so far? Is that something that we can have an answer to tonight?
Thank you. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So total project expenditure to date is approximately $730,000.
Okay, so perhaps if we were to put that on the shelf tonight, we would have to put a budget line item for $730,000 in order to pay it back. Repeating the sentiment from the forum tonight, the suite of documents that Councillor Wright is asking to be created to put on public exhibition, A, B, C and D, do you know how much of a resource, time or otherwise will be spent in realising that section of the motion? And I'm just speaking to the sentiment of, you know, the project is essentially on the shelf right now. How much are we going to spend on it, and talk about it more? That's what.
Thank you. Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarification, you're talking about additional time required to put all of the information together. Obviously, we have a great deal of, we have all of these documents already. There are some additional items that have been requested in this notice of motion. They will take some staff time to prepare. Obviously, at the end of the consultation process, there will be the analysis required as well. I'd be reluctant to put a firm dollar or indeed a staff hour time on that. It's not inconsiderable. There would be a couple of days worth of work.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? As a question?
Just that I didn't I asked if a letter could be sent to Paul Toole and I didn't
It's
get
been
any
noted,
response.
Councillor.
Okay,
It has
so-
been noted.
Okay, lovely.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Question? Yep, it's on.
Mr. Mayor, I know that I didn't move or second this motion, but I wonder if we move to amend it and say that council would undertake a second round of engagement relating to this project if we were awarded the remainder of the money to carry out the project, which is currently being assessed by grant application.
So that's an amendment?
can I move an amendment?
You can. You need a seconder. Councillor West. Now we need a.
Councillor, could you just give us that back again? You don't, Councillor Cranston, it's an amendment, so it doesn't mean you need to accept it. If you're not, it will then be voted against and follow the process.
Yeah, and just to clarify, and the reason I've got here, and perhaps to speak to it, is that we've already spent 700,000 on this project. We have the grant funding, as I understand it, until 2026. We've spent money on it. I suppose canning it now and putting it in our budget, and we obviously don't have that money yet. It's going to take a couple of days' work to put the suite of documents together. We're also going out on exhibition for 12 weeks, which is separate to our policy of 28 days, which we can look at during the community engagement strategy. So that's the sense behind moving it, and it would be that council undertake a second round of engagement relating to the barn project, or the new name, if and only if we're awarded the remainder of the money to carry out the project, noting that we only have half the money and it's on a shelf, which is currently being assessed by grant application.
Councillor Cranston. It's up to Councillor Cranston to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the moment there's an amendment. The debate is to be on the amendment at this stage. So you get to talk about the amendment.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
It's like you got two pieces of paper on the table,
So then we got
right? And so there's the first piece of paper, which was the one that was moved by Councillor Wright and Councillor Cranston. It's sitting over here now. What we've now got is an amendment, and so the amendment becomes the item that you discuss and debate, and then there would be a vote on whether that amendment would be adopted or not. If the amendment was adopted, it then becomes the motion. And
so, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for Councillor Wright for bringing this to this meeting. I think I'm a little more comfortable potentially with Councillor Underwood's amendment, just because I'm so sick of talking about this project. Hey, we can't afford to build it, all the operational costs that will go with it, even in the most peachy outlook of the actual functioning of the operations, it's still recorded as a loss for the first couple of years, which we just can't cop right now. I think $1 or 1 hour more spent of staff time on going through consultative feedback, et cetera, public hearings, whatever we wanted to do around that, we can't copper right now. Our staff are all working 1.5 jobs. We know that we're understaffed, we're overworked. I think it's absolutely needs another round of engagement, as pointed out by Councillor Wright. It was the engagement piece came up at a time when everybody was engaging on a certain issue in the community. I'd much rather that engagement piece be triggered if any capital was released for this actual project in the future. I think it's well and truly shelved right now. We don't need to be spending one dime more on the thing. Just stop talking about this bloody project. Excuse my uncouncil chamber-like language.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the mindset behind that doesn't quite work. Firstly, because even if we get the federal funding, we can't afford the project. Secondly, as I asked at the October meeting, could we find out if there was the possibility that we could reallocate this funding? And there were a few, we can't sort of just put it to the TAFE building or just put it to that, but there actually was an appetite from Create New South Wales to have a conversation, as long as it met sort of the criteria of what it was going to achieve. There was room for a conversation there. So we need to get that conversation started yesterday, as far as I'm concerned. So that's the main reason why that doesn't work. But also, so firstly, A, B, C, D, and the feedback form PDF, I've actually got most of them created, so I can save council that money. I've done that work. That's in my beautiful folder here. So don't worry about the cost associated with that. Happy to do that myself, and you can get approval at whatever you need to do. But we can't just sit here and say we shouldn't spend a single cent more on it, because as you'll see from the quarterly report, we just spent another $15,000 on it. 16 actually, closer to. So with every single day that passes by, we are still spending money on this, on project management costs and whatever else is associated with it, to the tune of $15,000 in the last quarter. So that money's being spent anyway, and to me, that argument doesn't quite fly. The reason I want it on, for 12 weeks is purely because of the Christmas period. And if I may ask a question, Neil, when you explained what you did, the difference between a DA public exhibition and something a bit more bespoke like this, there is no policy around how long this type of we want your thoughts on this project. That doesn't have to be just 28 days. It's a bit more flexible, is it, or is it not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll reply in part and then pass to colleagues to add. So when a development application is lodged, I will apply the rules of the community participation plan, and it will be exhibited in accordance with that requirement, whether the public thinks it's a good project or not. That there were no submissions is not necessarily unusual or because it was concealed or whatever. DA was lodged, it gets processed. As to policy in regard to public exhibition around just debating the merit of a project, I might let colleagues answer.
Yes, which would be General Manager. Right. Mr. Director.
I'll give you a rest. So basically, we do have a legislative requirement around if we're putting a policy up or matters. So our donations recommendations are like have a minimum exhibition period of a minimum of 28 days. That's a legislative prescription that we must follow. I think what's being put forward before us this evening, whilst it is still seeking community feedback on a particular topic, it actually doesn't really uniquely align to one of those legislative triggers to say that you must do it for a minimum of 28 days. And I guess I'll restate the wording too, is that the Act talks around a minimum period. There is not a maximum period in that sort of space. There is a risk, as the General Manager alluded to earlier, that if it becomes a habit that we're going to start putting things on for a 12-week period, then that will become our new expectation. But as the General Manager rightly pointed out, we can just manage those circumstances shorter if they arise.
Thank you for that response. So all I was saying with that is purely I was doing that because of the Christmas period. We know that it's a council policy that we don't, as a standard, put things on public exhibition over that period. I think it might have been someone else who was referring to the community engagement strategy, that we don't technically do that, but time pressures, and I look at this as the exact same situation. We have really big time pressures on us with that one. If I may ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor, of Councillor Fry, in February 2023, we made a decision to proceed with a tender of just under $500,000 for the architecture, I believe this was, tender. Had councillors had access to the application or business plan, so the financial modelling for this, whereby anyone could look at it and go, oh, you're probably going to need more than $2,000 to market. So marketing, $2,000 is the annual allocation to getting these people here. Anyone with a bit of business finesse might look at this and go, oh, that's a little bit understated. I don't reckon that, and then look at it and go, well, hang on, we've got $52,000 in grants, $40,000 in grants, $12,000 in donations, but we claim that we're going to run a $55,000 profit. Well, grants are never guaranteed, and if we don't make that, that's a $3,000 profit for what is close to a $10 million project. That's not including the exclusions. So were councillors, back to my question, Councillor Fry, did you have access to the business plan, I guess, and this is also to the Mayor and Councillor Orban, did you have access to these numbers when you were making a decision on whether or not to proceed with this facility?
February 23.
In general, to Barn, like when you're making a decision about a $500,000 tender for an architect, I would sort of sit there and go, okay, this is for a new project that our council is doing. I'd want to see the business plan for this new facility and see if this is actually going to, cut it. Had you seen these documents prior to making a $500,000 decision about a tender? Because that.
So as per protocol, Councillor Wright, I can't speak. I can't reply to you. I can only ask a question. But Mr. Director, could you answer that question on my behalf, maybe?
Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, potentially not. I'm not sure whether any councillor would have been entitled to look at those documents. I do not know whether any councillor requested to see them prior to making that decision.
I'll ask a question now. How do I word this? Am I right to say, Mr. Director, that myself being in the marketing and communication space, am I right to assume that this particular prospect of operations would be representations to groups who would use it, not necessarily a marketing scheme of advertising in a traditional sense through media, be it social, digital, online, traditional? Would I be right to assume that it would be more face-to-face meetings and invitations to use the facility? Notwithstanding, I still don't love the project.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Director.
if you're asking about future marketing of the facility or past consultation with those specialist groups, future marketing?
Future marketing would be, the budget would be low because...
Future marketing, there would be, sorry, to respond to you, Councillor, there would be very limited widespread marketing of the facility. That's not its intended purpose. There would be some targeted communication would constitute the entirety of the marketing budget with those groups who have been identified as primary users. There would be some direct communication, which would be at low cost, with those groups who've been identified as alternate or secondary users, for example, schools, and also as the opportunity for corporate retreats, for example.
Can I ask, how is it possible that councillors of the day were not privy to the financial modelling of a multi-million-dollar facility that our council is putting a lot of time, energy, effort into? So we've just had a little concern around the staff time it will take to create 5 documents that we can involve the community and get their feedback on it. Yet at the same time, we've just comfortably spent $750,000 almost of this grant, and that's not including staff time. That's just actual consultant fees, actual architectural plans, actual things like that. So we're looking well over $1 million that has already been spent on this. How is it possible that councillors were maybe not given, because I know it wasn't a clear answer, maybe, potentially, I don't know, not given access to the business plan where they could look at the modelling and go, because it isn't just marketing, and this is why this document needs to be made public. There are so many things in here that $10,000 costs that should realistically be $20,000 based on the cost of what it takes to heat and put the lights in our small little business. Again, maybe it's an unbecoming word to use in the chamber, but these numbers are cooked, and I don't need to know who did it. But how can it be that a councillor hasn't accessed this information before they make a $500,000 decision on awarding a tender for this grant?
Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, obviously I have not seen your alternate calculations or alternate figures, so I can't comment on those. In terms of your question as to whether or not councillors were privy to all of those documents, I can really only repeat my previous answer, which is, as you are well aware, councillor, on request, councillors are provided with any documentation from staff that they request. If the documents exist, they are provided on request. As to whether or not any individual councillor at that time specifically requested or indeed read those documents, I simply can't comment.
So it would be fair in saying, would it be fair in saying that unless a councillor of the day actively asks for this information, the directors or whoever's responsible would not have actively provided councillors with the business modelling of a $10 million facility prior to awarding this tender?
Correct. Through you, Mr Mayor, once again, I need to go back through the records. There were reports made to council on the barn facility in July and I believe early in July 2022, and I believe early in 2023 as well. I'm not sure what attachments were part of those, and frankly, I'm not confident in what discussion was had around the chamber at the time either.
Councillor
Thank
Underwood.
you, Mr Mayor. Can I ask a question, just a rough figure, if you've got one? How many projects are sitting on the shelves out there waiting for a government grant that they fit the criteria to, and is this considered usual standard of business for councils?
Mr General Manager.
I couldn't give you the number, but good examples of bridges where we will have programs and designs for works that they will sit on the fence, depending on what resources, particularly in the engineering area, they will do those. We're a bit limited at the moment given staffing numbers, but having pre-done projects that is and sit on the shelf is standard practice because you don't know how the grants are going to go. So often the grants from the governments can change in different directions, and I think that's been part of some of the discussion, whether you can repurpose certain grants, and at times you just can't because that's the direction of the government of the day. So when you've got some resourcing, you try and get some of those projects.
Thank you, Mr General Manager. Councillor Queens.
Can I just seek clarity around this word that's being used, saying it's been shelved? Like we've got barn figures in budgets, we've got active grants being sought. So the term shelved to me is a play on words. We're actually actively chasing funding to complete this project. So it's using time, it's using resources. And when we've just said, what was the earlier figure? Was it 18% vacancy rate? Surely those resources could be used in a better area. And along with that, we've also sought grant funding in the same round of grant funding that we've put another grant in for, that perhaps might be more needed in the community from a medical centre perspective, regardless of what you think of. I don't want to get into the pros and cons of that conversation, but we're actively chasing grants for a project that's shelved. Those two, it doesn't compute with me.
Question. Mr General Manager.
I think the usage of the term, and I can understand where you're coming from, councillors, the reason that there is a comment about it being shelved is it will not go ahead unless it gets government funding. But in saying that, you're quite right, we have actively applied for grants because it is a project on the council books. So as the staff, it's, I'll use as another example, there was a lot of consternation on the go-kart track. Some people were for it, some were against it. The council's position was to go ahead with the go-kart track, so we kept pursuing all options. Similarly with this one, we are pursuing options because it is a project of the council. The council hasn't pulled back from the barn as of yet, but the project, again, will not go ahead unless grants are received. That's why, based on that position, an application was put under the Growing Regions program, but at the same time, an application was also put under that program to do with works for the hospital operation. So there are two grants there at the moment, applications.
Yes, councillor Wright.
The grant, so government grants in here for $40,000 that are listed, are they federal financial assistance grants, or are they something else entirely?
Mr. Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is your question about recurrent commercial operations. I'm unaware of that figure. Is that taken from the cost benefit analysis or the business plan?
This is from the Barn Arts Residency business modelling. Government grants, 40,800, and it's appeared in every application, the state and both federal grants. So there's about $40,000 worth of state and federal grants in the budget for this project, alongside $12,000 worth of donations.
Without looking at the document, that would normally reflect special purpose grants, which is consistent, for instance, with the entertainment centre, where we get operational grants each year to carry out the operations there. Similarly, you get ongoing operational grants in the library for its operations, and so that is standard. Similarly, we get ongoing operational grants for the art gallery, and so they are standard. Normally, in a lot of cases, they tend to be a 3-year grant program and reviewed. So without going detail in the docket, it would be that. I'm not aware of us, well, I've never had one of these go through whereabouts we would be using FAGS grants. They just tend to go into the general scoping of our budget.
Sorry.
Councillor Underwood.
Can I request the motion be put?
Yes. Need a seconder? No, this is the amendment. Okay, we'll put the motion to the amendment. Would you like to read the amendment?
A question, Mr. Mayor, is everyone happy for that to happen?
This is for the amendment.
Okay, so I've got it at this stage that there's an amendment from Councillor Underwood and Councillor West that council undertake a second round of engagement for the Barn project if and only if council is successful in the current round of grant applications. Then the council, and then Councillor Wright, all of your dot points after that. So the variation is that council undertake a second round of engagement for the Barn project if and only if council is successful in the current round of grant applications. Then the council as written.
So I did just have one more question before we said can we just put the motion up? Am I right?
No, sorry. No, so this is voting on the amendment?
Yeah. Okay.
Let's back on.
When the amendment's put becomes the motion, councillor, if it becomes the motion, you then, Councillor Wright, would have
the right of reply.
Well, the right to speak to that. If it's knocked back, then you've got the right, because your motion becomes the matter for discussion.
Are we clear? Mr. Gentleman.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, to make it more formal, Councillor Underwood has moved that the motion be put. And I think, given the queries that are occurring, I think we need to move that. So you've got Councillor Underwood moving the procedural motion. Is there a seconder? I think we'd need to have for that procedural.
Councillor West.
Okay, and then that would be, then you would put that procedural motion to the council.
Okay, I now put the procedural motion to the council. All those in favour? Motion carried. Is it?
I take it that.
Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I take it that the procedural motion is supported by Councillor Underwood, Councillor West, yourself and Councillor Fry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that means the vote is 4-4. You need to use your mayoral casting vote.
I'll vote as I have.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
The procedural motion has been put and carried. Then the next thing is to put the amendment to the meeting. And from that, then the rest of the process will follow. The amendment, I'll just read again, is that council undertake a second round of engagement for the Barn project if and only if council is successful in the current round of grant applications, then the council would be the dot points that Councillor Wright has. I won't read those unless the council wants that read out.
Right.
Okay. So the amendment needs to be put.
So we just done it, didn't we?
No, you've,
Oh, right.
you've passed the procedural
Oh,
motion,
passed the
so the amendment needs to be put for the councillors to vote on.
So right now, councillors, we are voting on the amendment. For all those in favour of the amendment?
So we're voting on the amendment, and then what happens? If it's passed, it goes, we will only then consult if and when, but if it's not passed, what then happens?
Through you, Mr Mayor, if the amendment is put, it then becomes the motion and you can debate it. No, what you voted on is that to stop the debate and put the matter for a vote. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it becomes the motion, given the nature of this one, yes.
So now, where are we up to? We're putting the amendment. I'm now putting the amendment. All those in favour of the, I put the motion, those for? Against? For all. Now we put,
using your casting vote?
yeah, I'm putting voted for the amendment. So now?
The amendment is now the motion and the councillors can debate that.
Debate the motions. Any discussion? Councillor Wright.
So, firstly, I just want to highlight that we received close to 150 submissions about the go-kart track when that was put on public display. We received nil submissions for this, and this project is expected to cost double, has already cost us well over $1 million. We all just advocated on accountability, transparency. Councillor Underwood actually advocated for a change of location so that we could fit more people in for the heritage meeting yesterday. And all I was asking was, so firstly, can I ask, can I raise we're discussing the motion now as it is, can I raise an amendment to the motion?
You, Mr Mayor, yes, you can do an amendment.
Looks like we're going to be here for a while then. So I want to raise that we change it. So I want to stress again, we are currently spending money on this project that by the time we hear back for this grant, which could be February, March or April next year, we're going to have another $20,000 that we've spent on this project. And I want to read from actually your Facebook page, Mr Mayor. Since becoming mayor, I've spent considerable time with the general manager and our city's leadership team, getting across all the options available to councillors as we address Bathurst's financial challenges. There's been some progress already with a lot more work ahead of us. These challenges won't be solved overnight, but they must and will be dealt with swiftly. We're having the tough conversations and we're ready as a council to make the tough decisions. I'm committed to keeping ratepayers informed at every step because transparency and openness are critical as we work through these issues, something I know that hasn't always been done as well as it should have been. Bathurst Regional Council is equally dedicated to this approach. I'll share more in the coming weeks. In addition to that, on October 12th, this is your city and you deserve to know what's happening. The past election brought some tough conversations to the surface and now it is time to move forward. I am committed to rebuilding trust with our community by being transparent and keeping you informed every step of the way. Join me by signing up to our mailing list. Now, all that this motion is asking for, because I will be raising an amendment to change it back to exactly what I put forward, because I put a lot of effort into this and I put a lot of thought into this, to making sure it took into consideration what all of us campaign platformed off: change, accountability, transparency, financial management. It is financial mismanagement to let this go on a single day longer without having the voice of the public heard. Like I like to remind you, 150 submissions for the go-kart track was going to cost a minute amount compared to what this was or is. 150 versus nil from the community. We don't have the time to wait until we get advice on that federal grant or not, because what happens then is we've spent another $20,000 on it, which will have to be repaid, because I don't think Barney's going to go ahead. So that's going to have to be repaid, which makes that amount worse. And during the meantime, we could actually be hearing what the community wants. It's not a DA submission hearing, it's just a, hey, here's the information, what do you reckon? Crunch the numbers, tell us what you think. Is this something that you really believe in? And I've also had conversations around my concern about how this project has completely changed. Okay, it is now changed from a performing arts centre to a cultural centre as well. And so we haven't asked the community about this. So it's incumbent upon us to get this done now, so that by the time that result comes, which doesn't even matter anyway, because even if we get that federal funding, it is not, and I repeat, it is not enough money to fund this project. There is a list of exclusions, and every councillor got sent these documents, so maybe it's just that councillors haven't had the chance or the time or whatever to go through some of them. I'm not, don't have to look at me like that. I'm saying perhaps, because there's a lot of documents, it's so much work. But anyway, it is the case that we need to get feedback on this so that when the time comes, we can reallocate that funding and be prepared for that, have taken the community along for the journey, and you are pushing this off at extreme cost. And I think it flies completely in the face of what we just promised our people, which was to be honest with them and tell them where we're spending their money. And I think it's time that so I will be raising an amendment, and I put that forward, to change it back. We can change it from 12 weeks to 28 days. I only did that because it's Christmas. People just might not have the time, all right? Have your 28 days. I'll create all of the documents, but why on earth would you push this out when it is only going to continue to cost more money, and we could be starting to have some of these conversations now with the community? We've just asked everyone in the villages, submit your feedback. We want to hear what you hear. What's going on with the cemeteries? So we want to hear what everyone has to say about the cemeteries, but oh no, we don't want to hear what the community has to say about our precious barn. It is a complete and utter contradiction of what Councillor Fry has said at a recent village meeting, of what people platformed off. You know, where Councillor West put a survey towards us about putting it to the community, do you or don't you want Winterfest? Do you or don't you want Winterfest? But we're not allowed to ask the community, do you or don't you want barn? I think it's ridiculous.
Councillor Underwood.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And I really do hear what you're saying. This motion doesn't state that we'll stop spending money on this project. We're going off the motion that's written here. It doesn't state to immediately stop spending any money on it. It doesn't say that we want to remove the project completely. It talks about putting it on engagement, and legally speaking, it's already been on engagement. So the amendment for this, noting that we've spent $750,000, if we were to pull it now, it would cost us that money, right? We'd have to pay that back. So the purpose of the amendment is not to push it further down the line so we keep spending money. It's to enable us to perhaps be in a better financial situation if that does arise, and to still engage the community at that time. So we still get all of this. So I have to work within the confines of the motion.
Councillor West.
Sorry to prolong this, but I just wanted to make the comment that the Winterfest decision is immediate. I can't remember the other thing Councillor Wright raised, but there was something else that was also immediate, whereas Barn is not immediate. It is sort of on the shelf. So it's comparing apples with oranges. You know, the Winterfest decision, yes, I thought we should go to the community on that, but that decision needs to be made within the next couple of months. So that's very different.
Councillor Cranston.
Can I just ask some questions? Well, I guess just a general statement to start with, that Councillor Wright has, in my opinion, done the right thing in seeking community engagement on what is the most topical conversation in our community. Let's be real, like go-karts put to bed, SRVs put to bed for the time being. This is the hot topic. We all platformed off transparency, and rather than come in here and actually say, let's put it to a vote to kill Barn, she's actually wanted to put it to the community. And I'm really disappointed that we haven't allowed that to happen, given what we all platformed off. Is there an opportunity to raise a motion for us to, so as it stands, the motion being debated is this is going to go to more consultation if more money comes up. Can I raise an amendment to can Barn altogether? And given that we've actually already seen and started conversations around can we use that state funding, we already know that perhaps there's an appetite there to move that. What does that actually look like?
Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to be very clear on what the response was from the state government, because as requested, we did ask the question. So in fact, we even gave specific scenarios because they were the ones that were raised, as in whether or not the money could potentially be reallocated to some sort of seed funding for the TAFE building, to which the answer was unequivocally no. Whether or not the money could be redirected to refurbishment, upgrades, anything, any plans we had for the refurbishment of BMEC, to which the answer was unequivocally no. When we pushed them as to whether or not there was any scenario that they would consider, the response was if council was to put a submission in writing to Create New South Wales for the repurposement of an existing facility, which might be BMEC, in a way that the outcome would satisfy the conditions of the original grant. In other words, it would create some form of performing arts residency space there, then potentially they would consider it, was as far as we got towards a yes. But just to be very clear on where we were with those discussions.
Can I raise an amendment, Mr. Mayor, to somebody up there articulate that as an amendment to this particular motion, and scratching some of the public exhibition? I just think cart before the horse. Let's at least write the letter and write the proposal. Or unless councillors would prefer to defer to the briefing to be able to articulate what that would look like in a letter. But I just feel like I feel like I represent the people that voted for me, and the majority of those people entrust me to make decisions on their behalf. And I get the whole public hearing thing, but a lot of my voters, they just want me to make the decisions on their behalf. And the majority of my voters don't agree with this project. Some of them do, but the majority of my voters actually don't want this to proceed and the operational costs be burdened on the council. So I'd rather see somebody who's in a better position in the room articulate an amendment that actually officially resolves as a position of this council to try and repurpose that funds onto an existing asset. Please, someone make that amendment on my behalf, please.
Yes, Councillor Grant.
Can I just ask a question that given a large percentage, if not, I won't say all, but a large percentage of our voter base, does anyone know the number? Oh no, I know because it's a question for me. Does anyone know the number that between Councillor Wright and Councillor Fry's ticket of what percentage of Bathurst voted for those two tickets? And therefore, would it be appropriate to say that the majority of the community trust us to make a decision around this, given our very clear views that have already been put forward around it?
Have you got figures on that? Oh, you have to take that on notice.
Mr Mayor, I don't have those figures. They were a fair portion of the population, but I'll just come back to it. This is a decision for the council, whether they wish to make a decision tonight or refer it off for a more detailed report to come back to council, because there are certainly ramifications with the government grant position and as to where that would go. Certainly previous iterations through the CSP and that has supported this project, but financial positions of the council may have changed people's positions. I think I would not recommend a decision tonight to be made to can the project, because we need to go through what are the additional ramifications. So I think that needs to be an item for consideration.
Councillor Wright.
Oh, sorry. So firstly, I just want to correct what was said, that legally speaking, this project has already been put on public exhibition. The project has changed. So the project that was put on public exhibition, and I got access to those the documents that were put on public exhibition. I got them today. Thank you for that, Director. Every single document referred to it as barn. Every single document referred to it as the whole wording has changed. Paragraphs of text have been cut out. The budget has changed. Ngurang has not been put on public exhibition. Now, I raised this motion purely because it was in alignment with what we all platformed off and what the community asked for. I even stipulate it here. 5 of the top 6 key drivers identified to drive overall satisfaction with council were: 1, council decision-making reflecting community opinion; 2, provision of council information to the community; 3, opportunity to participate in council decision-making. That's why I wanted to give them a voice on this rather than just making a decision. Long-term planning for the region and planning and development. That is what the community said, that drives overall success with how they view our council in the survey of 2023. So the change of my motion to the new motion is a complete, don't care about that. Sorry, just put that aside. It's completely against that. Now, if the feeling in the room is that we are not going to allow the public to have their say on this project, then I completely agree, even though I really wanted that, I completely agree with Councillor Fry, and I'll raise the amendment that we put it straight to reallocating that funding. Barn is essentially not going ahead. And yeah, I've already started community conversations with what that could look like. So I'm happy to raise an amendment to that effect. I don't know what the wording would be. But yeah, it goes against what I wanted to do, which was allow the community to be involved in this. And if that's...
How would you word? Councillor West.
A quick comment. I think it's misrepresenting that we don't want to go for it to go to community consultation. The point is, there's no point in community consultation if we don't get further funding before this funding runs out. There's no point, it will die a natural death. So I think that's, it's not about transparency and accountability.
Mr. Gentleman, it's been a...
Mr Mayor, can I just suggest that if the tendency is towards that direction of potentially finalising and walking away from the project, that you really should be asking for a report to come back to council, because there are financial ramifications and notices of motion are required to provide how is it going to be funded. So you're going to need, and when I say how's it going to be funded, we're going to have to, if it goes off, one of the potentials is we've got to repay that grant. It's not, we can ask for repurposing, but the general indications with these type of grants is that we would be asked to repay. We need to address how we would pay that back. And so can I just suggest that if that's the direction, then I would recommend that the resolution be that a report come back to council dealing with the project.
Councillor Elwood.
God damn. The original plan for this barn was, I think, $4.9 million, of which council had to put in about $16,000 or $18,000. I just feel that nothing's been open to us. The name's changed. It's a rubbish development. It's built in the wrong place. It's an exorbitant cost that it's on now. I've been against it the whole time. I even asked why is it going out there in the first place with the road that's out there. And the public sentiment on it is can it? We don't need it. We don't want it. So I'm quite happy to go down the general manager's path of getting a report to can this thing, because it's just rubbish. And we've been led up the garden path by 2 tiers of government, and you talk about cost shifting and carrying on before. Well, this is it in a nutshell. And to actually, as I said before, and Councillor Wright has said exactly the same thing, the name's changed. It's a different project. And look, can the bloody thing full stop, but get a report to us. Thank you.
Councillor Underwood.
I suppose, so we're at the amended motion, that's where we're at now. I suppose I just want to clarify that I completely support Councillor Wright's motion. In fact, all of the engagement goes into this new amended motion. So it's all there, it's just happening later. If there's an amendment put forward to not spend any money on it, I suppose it would be a different thing that we'd be considering in that meantime. Can we move to put a 1 and 2 or an A and B on the current amendment, that we move it to a working party, we seek a report, and then it comes back to council. And noting that we're in a public forum, we've discussed that there are funds tied to this that would need to go in, would need to pay for. That's at $750,000, and then whatever comes back for it. So it is a financial decision. So that's
Such that conversations and actions around barn halt, and there's no active engagement in moving this project forward, given a quick head count would indicate that there is not going to be a vote in favour of continuing with barn, but it's about getting a report on how we transition out of barn and what that may look like. What's some wording around that, and is that something that's...
Councillor Fry. Sorry.
Well,
hang on, Councillor Fry.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, not to prolong this discussion, but just to your point, so in terms of further expenditure on barn, which has been talked about a couple of times between now and when we know the result of the Growing Regions grant application, there will be none. Councillor Wright asked a question earlier in the evening about the expenditure within the first quarter of this financial year. I didn't have the specifics on that. On reflection, some of that was actually tied in to the actual preparation of the Growing Regions to grant, and that there needed to be an update to the quantity surveying, for example. But there is no further expenditure until we know the outcome of that grant.
Thank you, Acting Director. Councillor Fry.
So I've got as read that council request the executive prepare a detailed report by the next ordinary meeting of council, or is that too quick? You can advise that one explores the feasibility of reallocating existing grant funding for the Nerang Arts Residency Barn project to alternative eligible community infrastructure or cultural projects that align with council's strategic priorities. And two, assesses the financial and reputational implications of pausing the Nerang project indefinitely.
Have you got that?
Yeah,
Shall
councillor.
we email it to you?
So
Yes.
I like where Councillor Fry's going with this. Can I make a suggestion? Can we keep part 1 of my motion as I had it before? Can we reduce it to 28 days? Because what's going to happen is we're going to leave this meeting. We're the middle of November now. It's going to take a little time to get that report to us and so forth. Can we at least get this project on public exhibition for 28 days, remove clause 2, so we take out all that extra effort of creating those documents. I'll plug that on social media. Keep item 3, so keep item 1 reduced to 28 days and do that from the 2nd of December or as soon as possible. Keep item 3 and explain that we're seeking community feedback on this project. And then add what Councillor Fry has just included. So we're seeking community feedback, recognising the project has changed and the community has not had the opportunity to give feedback on the project in its new form. So it does that for me and for other people who want that for the community, and then just explains what the type of feedback we're receiving. But in the meantime, it's getting that mechanism rolling of that report so that we're ready should the time come to strike on some alternative option when that arises. Would the council consider 1 and 3?
That's my amendment, General Manager.
Give him some time.
I'll give you 90 seconds to articulate that on paper.
Just while we're waiting, I just wanted to ask the acting Director of Cultural Services. You said that to redirect the funds, there was a couple of no's, but there was a possibility to redirect those funds. Is that correct? Push the issue.
Mr. Mayor, the only alternative was, and it wasn't a guarantee, it was a possibility that Create New South Wales would consider a written application for reallocation of the funds, but only if it was utterly consistent with the original grant application. So still to create an arts residency program, potentially in an existing council facility, as opposed to a new custom-built facility. But I must be honest, they did not, at that last PCG meeting, they did not seem encouraging about that. They simply said they would encourage it.
There is a possibility.
There certainly is. The next scheduled project control group meeting is next week. If council wish it, there will be a report at the December council meeting on the 11th of December. We will just write it. We'll make it happen. So time is not a factor, and we will have the new PCG group meeting within that time frame.
Thank you, Acting Director.
Thank you for that, Director. And I just want to highlight that the purpose of my component of it is purely saying just what are your thoughts, feelings, concerns on this project, so that should we get to that point where the answer is no, we actually don't have a suitable alternative and you can't reallocate it, well, we need to know the appetite for this new project in its new form, because then we have to go, okay, well, geez, we don't want to pay back that $750K, and so how do we make Barn a quarter of the size? Again, I still don't think the business model works, but that's why I'm highlighting we need to get this community consultation piece happening like yesterday. So thank you for...
Thank you, Councillor Wright. How are we going, General Manager? That's all right. Okay, Mr General Manager.
Mr Mayor, at this stage, I've got Councillor Fry moving an amendment. I need a seconder for that if it goes
You have a
to
seconder
debate.
for Councillor Underwood.
Councillor Underwood. Now, Councillor Fry and Councillor Wright, I'll get you to bear with me, and if you're in agreement. Okay, so I've got that Council requests the Executive to prepare a detailed report by the next ordinary meeting of Council that, one, explores the feasibility of reallocating existing grant funding for the Nurang Arts Residency Barn project to alternative eligible community infrastructure or cultural projects that align with the Council's strategic priorities, and two, assesses the financial and reputational implications of pausing the Nurang project indefinitely. Now, Councillor Wright was asking for the first dot point. Are you happy with that at 28 days, Councillor Fry?
Yeah,
This
chuck
has
it on your say, that's fine.
Okay, so first, I'll just write this down. So the first dot point, but at 28 days. Then the next item then is the third dot point. As printed. Is that right, Councillor? Right, and you write that, Councillor Fry?
Can you there, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, he's just reading it.
All right.
Yeah. So, Councillor Fry, you okay for that third?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Third point is explain the council committee.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just the framework of which it goes on your say.
Okay. And then the fourth dot point, I missed that.
I think the fourth dot point is just mechanically useless, so we'll scrap that one.
Okay, take that.
Yeah, right.
Now, before go any further, Councillor Underwood, are you happy for that?
I am. Sometimes it takes some time, but thank you very much.
Okay, so councillors, what we have at the moment is that council requests the executive to prepare a detailed report by the next ordinary meeting of council that, one, explores the feasibility of reallocating existing grant funding for the Nurang Arts Residency Barn project to alternative eligible community infrastructure or cultural projects that align with council's strategic priorities. Two, assesses the financial and reputational implications of pausing the Nurang project indefinitely. Three, place the full suite of documents, attachment one being that to Councillor Wright's notice of motion, pertaining to the Nurang Arts Residency, formerly known as Bathurst Arts Residency, New South Wales or Barn, on public exhibition via the Your Say website for 28 days. Okay. It's just a matter of us trying to get this. Can I just suggest the first thing is we probably need. Yeah, we'll try and get it going. Then the next one, then we go 4, which is explain that council is seeking community feedback on this project, including but not limited to appetite for the facility, its financial viability, feedback on the economic modelling and benefit to the community. That's what I've got.
Okay, we've heard the amendment. Do we need a seconder? No, got it?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we've got a mover and a seconder. You need to put the amendment to get it to become the motion.
Okay, I'll now put the amendment. Those all in favour? Aye. Ayes have it.
And
now we...
Mr Mayor, potentially there can be debate, but I'm just hoping that you'll be able to put the motion.
Anyone like to...
Please.
Any discussion?
And just,
Any discussion? No discussion? I now put the motion. All those for? Against? Carried. Well done.
Teamwork. What a good council.
Okay. Yes. Now, where are we up to? Okay, look, we now move to item 11.1, minutes, Bathurst Regional Youth Council, 14th of October 2024. Councillors can have a move and a second. Councillor Orban, Councillor West. Councillor, any discussion? No. Now I'll put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Council, we now move into resolving the confidential committee of whole. Councillors, we are now due to be confidential committee. Councillors, could I have a motion to go into confidential meeting of council? Could I move in a second? Councillor Cranston, Councillor Underwood. Before we go in.
Councillors, I just want to make a comment. The agenda for the business paper stated that the item from the Director of Engineering Services, which is the tender, was on the agenda, but in the section of the business paper where you're resolving now to say why you're going into confidential, that section was missing. The item is 12.2.1, tender 36.00834, supply and delivery of bulk clay. And the reason for confidentiality is section 10A2D1. It contains commercial information of a confidential nature that would, if disclosed, prejudice the commercial position of the person who supplied it. Discussion of the matter in open council would, on the balance, be contrary to the public interest, as it would prejudice the commercial position of the person who supplied it. This item relates to a proposed tender for the supply and delivery of clay liner material.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Are there any members of the public and press who wish to make representation to the council as to whether the matter should or should not be dealt with in confidential committee? As there are no representatives, I now put the motion to go into confidential committee. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Can we ensure that recording of the meeting has been turned off? on. So that'd be 15 then, is it? 1 of 15. Item 15.01, resume normal recording of council meeting. Councillors, oh, no, sorry, we've got to adopt the report of the committee as a whole. That's what I thought, David.
Mr Mayor, Council has just recently met in confidential committee, and the following items are recommended. In the Director of Corporate Services and Finances report, Mount Panorama Licence Agreement, Kunos Similazoni, that Council authorise the General Manager to act in accordance with the recommendation of this report. Next item, land sales, Windy 1100 update. The Council, 1, approve the implementation of the updated sales approaches, and 2, delegate authority to the General Manager to finalise sale prices and execute necessary documents as part of this process, as detailed in the report. Next item, land sales, Hampton Park Road. That Council A, approve sale of the industrial subdivision at Hampton Park Road lots, and B, delegate authority to the General Manager to finalise lot sale prices and processes as detailed in the report. Next item, rural licence agreement for 151 Laughing Waters Lane. That Council, 1, grant approval for the General Manager to enter into a rural licence agreement with Mr Wayne Ryan for lot 592 Cox Lane, Eglinton, being lot 592 and deposited plan 1244193 for a period of 3 years as detailed in the report and subject to Council's land management guidelines and insurance requirements, and 2, delegate authority to the General Manager to execute the necessary documents associated with this licence. Next item, rural licence agreement for lot 592 Cox Lane, Eglinton. The Council grant approval for the General Manager to enter into a rural licence agreement with Craig Hotham for 434 Laughing Waters Lane, Laughing Waters, being lot 5 in deposited plan 774064 for a period of 3 years as detailed in the report and subject to Council's land management guidelines and insurance requirements, and 2, delegate authority to the General Manager to execute the necessary documents associated with this licence. The next item, rural licence agreement for 434 Laughing Waters Lane. It is recommended that Council, 1, grant approval for the General Manager to enter into a rural licence agreement with Schaefer and Sons Pastoral for 151 Laughing Waters Lane, being lot 231 in deposited plan 1177478 for a period of 1 year as detailed in the report and subject to Council's land management guidelines and insurance requirements, and 2, delegate authority to the General Manager to execute the necessary documents associated with this licence. Next item, commercial lease of 5 Wark Parade, Windradyne. The Council approve entering into... sorry? No, it's the next one, Stanley. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, commercial lease of 5 Wark Parade. Council, that Council defer consideration of the commercial licence agreement for 5 Wark Parade, Windradyne, to a future meeting of Council. Then the item for commercial licence agreement for Part 9 Stanley Street, that Council approves the entering into of a lease with Viva. Hang on, this is, it's all top, yeah, okay. That one will be, I need your paperwork.
Deferred Stanley Street.
Okay, 9 Stanley Street is that Council approve entering into of a commercial licence agreement with NRMA or their nominated entity for electric vehicle charging at Part Lot 25, Section 72 in deposited plan 758065, known as 9 Stanley Street Car Park, for a period of 5 years as detailed in the report and subject to the special conditions, and 2, delegate authority for the General Manager to finalise terms for the commercial licence agreement and execute all relevant documents associated with the commercial licence agreement. Then Learn to Fly Bathurst Aerodrome landing and parking charges. That Council apply an annual fee to Learn to Fly for their landing charges as detailed in this report, and B, review this annual fee after 12 months. And then the Director of Engineering Services confidential reports. tender 36.00834, supply and delivery of bulk clay. The council accept the tender from Oberon Quarries Proprietary Limited for the supply and delivery of clay, liner material to Bathurst Wastewater Treatment Works in the amount of $220,000, including GST, subject to adjustments and provisional sums.
Councillors, could I have a move and a second to adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole? Councillor Orban, Councillor Cranston. Councillors, any discussion? Councillors, now put the motion. Those for? Against? Carried. Councillors, I now declare the meeting closed at 11:10.